There we go. All right, we're recording. There
Perfect.
we go.
So we're live stream and everything.
Yeah,
I'm going to call this meeting to order. And the first order of business introduction. And Mike, since we have a audience, maybe you could go ahead and start the introductions. And
yeah, go all the way around. Yeah, Mike Honeycutt, Executive Officer. Good morning.
Jake Fettis, cattle rep from Manhattan.
Well, William Kleinsaucer, swine representative for Augusta, Montana.
I'm Greg Wichman. I'm the sheep rep. I'm just north of Lewistown.
Al Redfield, Livingston, Montana, cattle rep.
I'm Gene Curry from Blair, and I'm a cattle rep also. So with that, I'm going to ask the audience to introduce themselves. We'll just start in front with this young lady.
Sandra Newford.
Okay, thanks.
Cooper Newford.
Okay.
I'm Lindsay Simon. I'm the board counsel. Howard Wicks with the Montana Milk Producers.
Riley Meredith, I'm public relations officer for livestock.
Okay.
Cassidy Bruner, Headwaters Livestock Auction.
Darren Cedarberg, Headwaters Livestock Auction.
John Camps, Headwaters Livestock Auction.
Okay. Thank you all for taking the time to come join us. We appreciate having people in the audience to keep us in line. So with that, we'll move on. Our next item of business is the approval of the meeting, the minutes from the last meeting. Yes. Okay. All right, I have a motion by Alan, a second by William to approve the minutes of the last board meeting. Are there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carried. Okay, we're going to go into the executive officer updates. Mike?
Yeah, well, the first two things, our room will probably empty out here pretty soon. The first two things on the agenda is to handle our request for transfers of market certificates. I will turn things over to Miss Simon at this point to lead the board through their review of record and decision-making process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, this is Lindsay Simon, board counsel. I might recommend that we start with the Headwaters matter, only because I got in this morning. I noticed I had an email from Lori Harshbarger, who's counsel for Ms. Newford on the Montana livestock auction matter. She was requesting the Zoom link. I just sent it to her. I don't see that she's on there yet, so I might recommend.
I'd received an email she's going to be here in person, but I don't see her yet either. So
I might recommend we handle that one second, give her a little bit of time to get on the Zoom since she has requested to attend. If that's all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. So before you today are two contested case hearing matters where we have a proposed decision from a hearing examiner regarding change of ownership and transfer of livestock market certificates. So I'm going to start with the matter concerning Valley View LLC's proposed transfer of their livestock market certificate, and they do business as Headwaters Livestock Auction. So your role, I'm going to start with some basics. Your role here is pretty limited. You have a proposed decision from the hearing examiner. And so your options are to either accept wholly that decision, to modify it, or reject it. And under the law, if you're going to modify or reject it, if you're going to change anything that is a finding of fact, it has to be based on the administrative record. So it can't be based on anything that is said here today, with some maybe exceptions, as I'll get into. But you need to find that the hearing officer had no substantial basis for a finding of fact in order to change it. So your scope of review here is kind of limited. So in this case, we have a proposed decision to approve the transfer from Valley View LLC to Wheatland Livestock Incorporated. At this hearing, there was testimony given by Ms. Bruner that the way they are structuring this deal is that the land underneath the market is going to be sold to Wheatland Livestock Incorporated, but the business itself and the market certificate is going to be transferred to a separate legal entity that they formed, HLA LLC. I believe the information in the administrative record establishes that the members of these two LLCs are the same individuals. There's no party that's, going to be a member of one and a member of the other. My understanding are that these are both two newly formed entities, but the issue for you today is that the hearing officer proposed to approve the transfer to Wheatland Livestock Incorporated. And it does appear that that is not the entity that they actually want the market certificate transferred to. So my advice to you today is, if you want to approve this transfer, then we need to modify the proposed decision to correct that. And in these proceedings, usually what happens when a proposed decision is issued, then if it's adverse to any of the parties, they have the right to come before the board and say, I'm filing exceptions to this decision on this basis. So in this case, I reached out to Ms. Bruner either yesterday or the day before yesterday, and she provided her position that yes, we do want a change to that proposed decision, solely the name of the new legal entity, just to switch those. And she also provided me with a first addendum to the buy-sell agreement so that the paperwork, like the actual transaction documents, are supported by this requested change. For whatever reason, that first addendum did not make it into the administrative record. I don't know why. I don't know if the parties thought they submitted it and didn't. I don't know if it was submitted and somehow didn't get to the hearing examiner. But I think that is the reason for the confusion here. The hearing examiner was going off of her the documents that were submitted and not the testimony. But there is evidence in the administrative record in the form of Ms. Bruner's testimony to support with the modification that they are asking. I think the documents in the administrative file that have to do with the packers and stockyard bonds and the livestock dealer license are all listed as HLA LLC, which is consistent with what they are asking for. So my advice to you would be, I don't think you should accept the proposed decision wholly, because that's not what anybody wants. If you do want to approve this transfer and allow the individuals behind this LLC to continue operating a livestock market at that location, my advice would be to make a motion to modify the proposed decision to add in evidence about how there's a first addendum, switching those parties, and then amending the name of the transferee to HLA LLC from Wheatland Livestock LLC.
Can we do that all in one motion?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I should point out, we kind of forgot, Mr. Moore and Miss Anderson are out there remotely.
Sorry, I thought about
We didn't have them do introductions, but they're out there. They're out
there. And for the record, maybe we should just have them introduced so that it is on the record that they are present and a voting member of this body for this decision. So, Miss Anderson, are you on?
Hi, Gene. Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. I'm not going to show my face because I'm exhausted. So, Lily Anderson, dairy representative from south of Livingston. I have a 10-day-old baby now, baby boy Clyde. So we will be hanging on Zoom today.
Very good. Thank you, Lily. I apologize for, I thought of that as soon as Ms. Simon started speaking, I thought that I messed up, but we can correct it. So, and Eric, would you like to introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, everybody. Eric Moore, cattle rep from Miles City.
Okay, thank you.
So you got a full board.
Yes, we have a full board, and I'm very pleased that we have a full board. It's unfortunate that they're not all able to be here in person, but of course we heard one very valid excuse, I think, and Eric has a funeral that he has to attend, so that was a very valid excuse also. So with that,
Mr. Chair, I might just so we're all clear and there's no confusion. Typically, I would not invite you to take any statements from the parties at this stage, but since I am interpreting Ms. Bruner's email as filing for exceptions to change it, I think it would be beneficial to have someone from HLA LLC just confirm that my analysis is correct, and that is what they want to occur here.
So would whoever's going to speak for HLA come up so that it can be recorded and
just want to make sure the microphone catches.
The microphone is here at the table, and we want to make sure that.
Cassidy Bruner here. When we first submitted our paperwork, we did quote Wheatland Livestock LLC as the market owner. When we submitted the board's application, we did change that due to some other paperwork that got filed incorrectly through the bank. So yes, we do want HLA LLC to be the market certificate holder. Wheatland Livestock LLC will be the real estate. And all the P&S paperwork and all the rest of the paperwork did follow suit to that. I guess we're just gonna call it in the application.
Well, thankfully, Miss Simon did catch it so that we don't have to go back and try and correct.
Yes.
We can hopefully get it right the first time. So, so is that sufficient?
I believe so, yes. I guess I might say, just to be on the safe side, I would entertain a motion from the board to allow the administrative record to be supplemented with the first addendum that Ms. Bruner submitted to me this week.
Okay, entertain that motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we allow a supplement to the addendum.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Alan and second by Jake. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed signify by saying aye. Hearing none, motion carried. Thank you. All right, so is that the only motion we need? Is that, so now we need a motion to change the administrative record.
Mr. Chair, yes. So if you are ready to make a motion on the ultimate disposition of this, like, as I said, if you want to approve a transfer and allow some entity to operate here, my recommendation would be a motion to modify the proposed decision just to change that the buyer is going to be HLA LLC. And I would also add in that the record's been supplemented with a document to support that. If you want to reject it or modify it in any way other than that, and if you need any legal advice for this, I will tell you that this is a contested case hearing, so there is a right to judicial review in district court, whatever the outcome is. In my opinion, that justifies the potential litigation requirement that would allow us to go into executive session to have a confidential attorney-client communication under Montana Code Annotated 2-3-204 or 203 subsection 4. If you want to do that, I'm happy to do that with you. If anyone is ready to make a motion and proceed in that regard, I'm fine with that as well.
I'm going to poll the board, so any board member can request closed meeting. So is there any, I'm going to ask the board members here first, if anyone would like to go into a closed session and be able to visit with our legal counsel and make sure that we're all on the same page and we understand. I'm not seeing Eric. No. Lily.
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. So just so I'm clear on this one, you having a motion to agree to the change in the record to indicate that HLA LLC would be the posed, that is not the final. That is not the final motion, and that this board would need to make to finalize the exchange.
So we need a motion on the proposed decision that Mr. Stutz, the hearing examiner, submitted. I would recommend against adopting it because it has that. It would transfer the certificate to the real estate holder, which is not what anyone wants. So I would recommend against a motion to adopt. Like, as I said, a motion to modify it to change that the buyer is HLA LLC instead of Wheatland Livestock LLC, it would be appropriate. And then I will draft up the written final order to that effect for your signature if that motion passed.
All right. So I would entertain a motion to modify the official record from the hearing officer that HLA LLC is the buyer rather than Wheatland.
Yes, I might just say modify the proposed decision. This
Okay,
would be the
modify.
appropriate
Yeah.
language.
Proposed decision. Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just because I may be tracking what you're asking. Once that motion happens, then a final decision is made.
Correct.
It's just modifying what
Okay.
that decision, that will be
There's
the
no-
final action that needs to be taken.
Okay.
There's not a second motion. You're just modifying the decision and accepting the modified decision at the same time.
And that's a good point, Mr. Honeycutt. Like a rejection could arguably send it back for another hearing. But a modification is we'll be proceeding to the final order and approving it. It's just we're gonna make this grammatical change
Mhm.
to account for the document that was missing but is now in the administrative record.
So this motion is the final when we adopt the change to the record.
Correct.
Then that is.
If it passed, yes. I mean, under the Montana Administrative Procedures Act, there needs to be a written final order, but as I stated, like I would prepare that for your signature.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we modify the proposed order, including HLA LLC
As the transfer.
as a
Okay. And a second?
Sorry.
All right. I have a motion by Alan, a second by Greg. Discussion. Hearing none, I will proceed to vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
I
Opposed, same sign, motion carries.
Thank you. And just for HLA LLC, as I said, I have to prepare a written order for the board signature. I will do my best to get that done before Mr. Curry leaves today, so there won't be any delay in regard.
Thank you for attending. I just appreciate that people are willing to come in person to what I think is probably a quite important event in your lives, and it makes us feel like that we are doing our job, and we appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, if I may take a moment of pleasure I just want to thank Mr. Camps. Thank you for your service to the Department of Livestock. We're going to miss you as an employee. We're happy to have you as a new regulated party. And now we got to go find them a market inspector.
Yeah.
UHR update just got longer.
Yeah. Okay, so are we ready for
I believe we are. I think we have Ms. Harshbarger here. I apologize for not getting that Zoom link earlier, but thank you for coming.
No, decided to wanted to be here first. So.
Okay, so would you introduce yourself, please, then?
Sure, I'm Lori Harshbarger. I'm the attorney for Sandy Newford, who is selling stock in the corporation that is being transferred hopefully to the employees.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, this matter, it's in the matter of the application for change of ownership for Montana Livestock Auctions. Very similar to the last case you just heard. There is a difference here is there is not going to be a transfer of the livestock market certificate between two legal entities like the previous one. What we have here is simply a shared sale. So the certificate will continue to be held by the same corporation, High Country Livestock Incorporated. It's just the sole shareholder, Sandra Newford, is proposing to sell all of her shares and therefore change ownership to Barry and Danielle McCoy, who currently own the Dillon Livestock Auction. So the legal standard is slightly different because this type of transfer is governed by our administrative rules, but you have a proposed decision from the hearing examiner who held the hearing to approve this proposed sale. And in this case, I don't have any recommendations of anything that I feel needs to be changed or modified in there. So I think it is up to you if you want to adopt or reject the proposal. But as I say, if you reject it, you need to go through the administrative record and find some finding of fact that you believe is not supported by substantial evidence, or you need to find that there has been an error in the conclusion of law. I am, again, the same caveat applies that if you want to enter into an executive session and discuss any of that with me as a confidential attorney-client communication, I'm willing to do that. But if you feel that you want to approve this transfer, I think this one would be a much simpler motion. It would just be a motion to be
Accept the hearing.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna pull the board first on whether or not they're like closed session. Eric. Millie.
I'm good. Thank you.
All right, with that, I would entertain a motion to accept the hearing examiner's recommendation to accept the transfer of shares.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Greg and a second by Alan. Discussion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. So, thank you again, all of you, for coming, and thank you all for being involved in the livestock industry and your continued involvement. We appreciate what you do, and like our former employee, we are going to miss you, and but good luck with your ventures and your future.
And Mr. Chair, there is one more matter on this, this transfer for the board's consideration, but I will just say for Ms. Harshberger and Ms. Newford, like, again, I will get a written order out as soon as probably before the end of the day. This one will be much simpler. It will just be a straight adoption. But on this case, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the sellers and the buyers also filed like a motion for essentially a protective order because they are requesting that you issue an order that the financial information that was submitted in conjunction with this proposed transfer be held confidential. So I'm going to break this down and do a couple of things. The first thing is you, as the agency head, have full discretion to tell the department you are not to release this information to anyone without a formal public information request to the Office of Public Information Requests. Like, that is totally within your purview. I will say that I have no intention to even consider releasing any of this information unless I am in receipt of an official public information request. At that point, I would have to do an analysis of whether the individual rights, privacy rights involved are outweighed by the public's right to know. I do think that an order from the board would potentially increase any individual, reasonable expectation of privacy that the individuals would have in this case. I would say that since we are dealing with a share transfer, this one is a little bit different because these are, in some respects, Ms. Newford's personal finances and Barry and Danielle McCoy's personal finances, which I believe, in my legal opinion, unquestionably have an individual right to privacy because these are individuals. So I would say you are well suited to grant that motion in regards to anything concerning these individuals' personal finances. Anything that is in regard to the finances of High Country Livestock Incorporated is a slightly different analysis because it's not an individual. The Montana Supreme Court has indicated that corporation doesn't have an individual right to privacy, but the High Country Livestock Incorporated in this case has asserted they have a trade secret interest in this, and they've laid that argument out in the motion for protective order. In my opinion, you are well suited to grant the motion in that regard as well. And just for your own information, this is only going to come up if I get a public information request, and even if we were to say we're not going to release it, any requester has the right to challenge that in district court. So ultimately, it's going to be decided by the court regardless. But I think this motion for protective order is in good faith attempt for them to protect their interests here, which is required under the trade secret analysis. So my legal recommendation would be for a motion to grant the motion for protective order.
I will make a motion
Okay.
to accept the grant.
Okay.
I'll say,
All right, I have a motion by Jake, a second by William. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to grant the request for protective order, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried.
Thank you.
So that carries we have, as far as the law is concerned, I mean, it's just a formality basically that we do agree with the motion, but as far as court, the judge still has the final.
Ultimately, yes. I mean, but I will say that there's your order. I will interpret for a department-wide directive from the agency head that we are not to release any of this information or disseminate it without a public information request or order. So it is effective in that regard too.
Well, and actually, when you say a public information request, but you would be required to have a court order, because if you didn't, this board has told you not to.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
It would take more than a request.
Yes, it's just if a public information request is filed, we have a legal obligation to respond to it in some way, either deny or not. But your order, I am interpreting as we cannot disseminate this information to anyone like before that without getting that as well. So yes.
And Mr. Chair, if I could, I just as we deal with, and Ms. Simon deals with that more than most here in the department, but every public information request, there's some evaluation of does the individual's right to privacy outweigh the public's right to know. As she pointed out, I just would say the differences in the two situations we deal with is it's a little bit different sometimes when we're dealing with informations about corporations like LLCs and things have been filed because they're publicly filed entities versus people's personal individual finances and those types of things. That's kind of what makes, just so the board understands, that's kind of what the two differences here is. But even if there are requests for other documents of that type, we're always going to do that analysis of someone's going to do that analysis of is this information that the individual has a right to privacy that's greater than the public's right to know under the law. So that's always an evaluation that's done. It's just that for most things we do in government, the public's right to know is pretty great in most cases. But that's always an evaluation that's done. But this will help in this case. And there is a difference between when we're dealing with individuals' information versus corporations' information.
Yes, and for individuals, like the analysis involves, is there a reasonable expectation of privacy? And if you think the filing, their efforts to protect this information by filing a motion strengthens that reasonable expectation, it also strengthens their position under a trade secret doctrine for the corporation that they made reasonable efforts to prevent the dissemination of this information.
Okay.
And that is all I have for you.
All right. We'll move on then. So, Mike, I guess.
Yes, I do. I have a few updates for you today. We'll probably get way ahead of schedule today, I bet, which will be good since I know some people are jetting out of here early and leaving us with barely a quorum by the time we get to the end of the day. But the first thing I just mentioned is thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you.
First thing for executive officer updates is just as always update on what's going on with bison. The only thing moving on Yellowstone National Bison front these days, besides that we still have litigation that's active. But as you're aware, Department of Interior, the Park Service has announced and is working towards a new supplemental environmental assessment on Yellowstone bison to replace the one that was adopted in 2024. That process continues. The state and the Department of Livestock, as part of the state, is a cooperating agency in that. So just so for the board's awareness, we're at the stage of offering input to the Park Service on the development of alternatives. So at some point later this year, after cooperators have made their inputs, the Park Service will issue a new slate of alternatives and go through that process again. It'll go out for public comment, go forward for adoption. So we're a long way from replacing the old EIS, but there is a process in place to replace that EIS that was adopted in 2024, which is the management plan we're currently operating under. So that's what's happening with that, and like I said, so for the board's awareness that we, along with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and I'm looking around at Dr. Szymanski and Ms. Simon, if I'm missing and the governor's office, I think we're the primary cooperating partners from the state side, and so we are engaged in meetings and conversations to provide our input on that. But of course, there are no decisions or anything official to talk about there. But that process is in action. I guess I'll stop there. There's really nothing else on IBMP or standard bison operations other than we did have the one rogue bison that wandered out of the park and into Idaho recently. I think it made it, or we believe it made its way to Idaho, coming out of the west side of the park. But that's really the only issue we've really had to work with regard to bison management since the last time the board met. And we're still several months away really from the major operational season if we are to get any sort of out migration and activities to take place there.
So what's Idaho's protocol on a bison like that? What do they do with it?
They would take it if they can find it, they would take it. It's the same protocol we would have in that situation. It's obviously at that point it's not able to be hazed all the way back to the park. And so if you think about the tolerance zones, I may get my terminology wrong. Is it the Madison Arm? Is the below Horse Butte? Is the south? Yeah, the South Fork of the Madison is the zone of tolerance there. So once bison get out of that, obviously there's not a lot of operational space, but inside Montana across that line. So sometimes we can catch them in that geography, and sometimes we can't. But the protocol there is the same as what we would do in a similar situation if it can't be hazed back into the tolerance area. And just as a reminder, West Yellowstone, west area of the park is the area of year-round tolerance for bulls and females. So that area north of the Madison River up into the Taylor Fork drainage of the Gallatin River, pretty much up to the divide between a hydrological divide between there and Big Sky. If you're thinking about it on a map, is kind of where the boundaries of tolerance are there. A little bit different north side, because on the north side it's bulls only that have year-round tolerance. Females don't have year-round tolerance on the north side. But we haven't really had any issues there, and we'll see if winter brings any sort of migrations. But that's an update on what's happening, unless others have any questions about bison management.
All right. I have a question, Mr. Chair. Yes. On the bison in there, I read on TRTV news in Phillips County there, on the grace and the meadow. What's going on there?
Well, I'll skip down to bullet point number 4. Thanks. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm assuming that was a bull that was wandering.
Yes, a bull. Yes. Yeah, that's what ranges out typically.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But I'll go ahead and skip ahead there. Number 4. So yes, we are engaged in litigation, ongoing litigation with regard to the BLM grazing allotments in Phillips County that are attached to property owned by American Prairie. Since the last meeting, as you are aware, BLM had issued a decision to ask AP to remove bison from those grazing allotments. And they obviously have engaged in litigation, countersuing, if that's the right term, of that BLM decision should be stayed, and eventually an argument on the merit should happen and the decision should be overturned. The most recent thing that happened, there was a hearing in Judge Morris's court on Tuesday. Ms. Simon was present for it on the arguments from American Prairie with regard to not, asking for a stay against that order by BLM to remove bison. with their desire to keep bison on those grazing allotments until the case is decided on its merits at some point in the future. We don't know what the outcome of that'll be. Judge Morris heard the arguments from all sides on Tuesday, has yet to make a decision. And unless Ms. Simon knows more than I do, I don't know that when I was listening to the hearing from here in Helena, I don't think he really gave a clear timeline of when to expect a decision, that it just is kind of slotted in the order of things that he has to deal with. But what he would be deciding on at this point is whether or not to grant a stay or an injunction against BLM's directive to AP to move those bison off of those grazing allotments.
So what is the time frame if he doesn't grant the stay?
If he doesn't grant the stay, I think they're supposed to begin immediately removing them. Is that what BLM ordered?
That's what
September. Yes, September 30th. So 2 of those allotments are set up as year round and 1 of them is set up as seasonal. So 1 of them would have to have they'd have to come off anyway because it's only a seasonal lease, but the other 2 are year round leases. So that's a different scenario. So you've probably seen lots of press about that, and press, watched that and picked up the arguments from the hearing on Tuesday. But we are engaged in that along with our other fellow state agencies in the governor's office. Rachel Meredith from the governor's office is the one who gave arguments on behalf of the state at the hearing on Tuesday, along with a federal attorney representing BLM. And obviously AP's counsel gave their arguments for why they should be granted their stay. So that's what's happening in that world right now. We are engaged in litigation. So just taking people through the steps here. We were engaged in litigation with the state to get BLM to reverse its decision to allow the bison grazing. We got BLM. BLM did decide to change or did decide to make a determination that things had not been followed and asked them to remove. And of course, they filed their litigation, and so that's where we're at right now. So the standing order from BLM is to remove bison from those grazing allotments, but it's in dispute in litigation. So
this, Mr. Chair, so Dr. Shemansky, any votes from these calls or these decisions?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, no.
But Dr. Shemansky is pretty much primarily involved in the Yellowstone conversation. Miss Simon and I are the primary ones involved in what's going on in Phillips County. Yeah. And you heard somebody pipe up at the back of the room. I guess I should have earlier today. Maybe this is one of my updates. Riley Meredith is our new public relations officer. And so he's there at the back of the room. And so he's gotten his feet very wet between the issues that we've been having to deal with the last 2 months since he came on board. But he's here today. And
well, as long as you broke the ice, Riley, you want to step up and just introduce yourself and give us a little background. So
sure.
We kind of have a comfort level where you've been and what you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Riley Meredith. I'm born and raised here in Helena, Montana. I have about between 15 and 20 years of marketing, public relations background experience here in Helena and also in Las Vegas. I joined the Department of Livestock a couple of months ago. As you might said, Mr. Honeycutt said, it's been a busy couple months, but it's good to get things moving quickly and start to learn about the Department of Livestock and everything that you folks do. Any questions for me?
Well, I'm just thinking about the busy time for an employer. That is very good because while the probation period is on, we get to see how you handle a little stress.
There you go.
And are you able to do the job that we want? And apparently, so far, you're standing up and doing the job. So that, I mean, if there was nothing going on, we have no idea whether you could handle it or not. So
then I'm just a fly on the wall. But yes, things heated up quickly. Yes.
When you say it's getting things moving quick, I like that.
Well, like when we brought Miss Simon on a couple of years ago, I've told him, I was like, you don't really realize what you don't have until you have it sometimes. And so, and now all of a sudden we really understand the need, because there's been a number of things that have happened in the last couple of months where we'd have been struggling, and now we have somebody that can be 100% focused on dealing with the public, dealing with the media, and making sure those things get answered and aren't going unanswered or being answered incorrectly, or or the wrong people are answering them, things of that nature. So it's been helpful.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Before I leave, so I'll leave it open on Yellowstone bison, AP bison, North Central Montana, and the actions happening there. Any other questions or comments?
Well, I just have a comment on the Yellowstone bison. I was in Bozeman watching the news like not last night, night before, and they were interviewing visitors to Yellowstone, and one of them, well, why do you come to Yellowstone? Like, well, to the wildlife. And one person says, yeah, was in the Lamar Valley, and there was lots of bison. And we came through there in June, I guess, and there was lots of bison. So they will use the forage up on assuming fairly well by fall, because there was a lot of bison, and we didn't see them all by any means. So.
Yeah, I think that's important. The numbers are high comparative to historical numbers. But as we've seen, and I think everybody here served on this board long enough to see that it's really hard to predict. It's so weather dependent as to what's going to happen. And so we'll have to wait and see what Mother Nature deals us come November, December, January, and maybe February, and into March. So that was
Park Service, it's usually right around the end of August, beginning of September that the Park Service flies and does their fall count. So we should have a little bit better idea of post-calving numbers, I would say, in the next 30 days.
I could see quite a few calves. They were far enough away. It was real easy to tell the difference, but I could see a fair number of calves.
Walk out there and get it.
No, I didn't.
Flip it in the air.
No, I see bison elsewhere.
Yeah.
My neighbor has them, quite a few of them, something. Neighbors, whatever. All right.
Yep. The other
other
other questions.
Any other questions on the bison? Gary, no.
Okay, real quick, legislative interim updates and where we are in that process. So, as was reported to you during your weekly report, we had our time with Economic Affairs last week. So we presented our 11 legislative concepts. It is quite a difference. Although Economic Affairs is a really good committee, there's a lot of veteran legislators there. It's chaired by Speaker Lear. So, I mean, I think we had the advantage of there's a lot of people that are very familiar with the Department of Livestock. And so we presented our concepts. They were very well received. I think we were in front of the committee for a total of 25 minutes on 11 concepts. I think that breaks a new record for me, presenting legislative concepts to an interim committee. And they were all approved in one fell swoop for pre-drafting. So we talked with legislative staff. They'll soon be assigning LC numbers to our drafts, and then or to our concepts, and then we'll start working on the drafting process of that legislation, and then of course later on down the road finding sponsors for that legislation. It is possible, while we presented 11 concepts, we were asked by legislative staff if we were open to combining some of those concepts into one bill because they're similar in nature, and we're open to that. Obviously, the more we can do with the less bills possible, and stay within the legislature's one item or whatever rule that they have for legislation, sort of not covering 4 or 5 different things. We're open to that as well. And so they'll probably help us with that through the drafting process. We're also still in conversations with the governor's policy team about those items as well, just making sure they understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, what the needs and the problems are that we're trying to address with those pieces of legislation. On the budget front, Brian and I have had a meeting with the Office of Budget and Program Planning about our budget concepts. I think there's only one of those we have lost so far. And that was one of our one of the requests the Livestock Loss Board made for additional general fund. OBPP has already said no to that. I mean, I don't know that we consider ourselves having a final answer on all of our budget items. I guess I'd say the real final answer is when the governor presents his budget to the legislature later this fall. If they're all in there, we'll know we have approval from the governor's office on them all, but we haven't received any just out no's from the Office of Budget and Program Planning on any of our budget requests as of yet. And Brian is busy, and one of the reasons you'll see him in and out is he's got some deadlines this week for getting things into the system that they use to reconcile all of the budget things as we head towards the legislature. So that's where we stand on the budget side. We have our next interim budget committee meeting will be in mid-September. And at that time, the primary focus for that is going to be going through the sort of the year end and how we finished up our most recent fiscal year. That's what they'll want to report on. I'm not for certain, but I think we'll have one more interim budget committee meeting before the end of the year. Obviously, we're getting close to the election time, and some of those people serving on those interim committees are not coming back because of term limits. And so some of those people will be there in Section C when we show up in January, and there'll be some new faces there on Section C when we show up in January. But so far, those conversations have been pretty good. We are going to have a change in fiscal analyst at the legislature. Rob Miller, who we've been working with, and some of you have gotten to meet when you've come to hearings or seen him at the legislature. He is retiring from legislative services. And so we'll be getting a new fiscal analyst that we'll be working with during this upcoming session. And that transition will be starting to happen over the course of the rest of the year. And I'm trying to remember the name of who's going to replace him. She actually grew up on a ranch in Montana, which is good because she seems to have a understanding of the Department of Livestock and what our industry does, which is good. But that's everything that's been happening with the legislature in the interim. One of the things I think, and I'm putting this out in the air, so if somebody's listening and I end up getting us another meeting, I apologize to staff for that. But one thing we have not had from Economic Affairs this time is an agency oversight hearing. And they've only got one more meeting. And so if we go through an entire biennium without an agency oversight meeting from our oversight committee, Economic Affairs, that will be amazing. Because I go back to my first session on this job, 2017, Mr. Redfield, Mr. Moore, who were in the legislature at the time, will remember, I think I was on the agenda for Economic Affairs every single time they met for up to an hour each time. And so it's kind of nice that we seem to be in a state where the legislature, at least by how they're dealing with us, are very comfortable with where we are in our operations, which I think is good. That doesn't mean I won't be on their agenda for their last meeting, but they have, so far, we've not had an actual agency oversight time on their agenda yet.
That's a good thing.
I think so.
Yeah, compared to 17, yeah. a little different story then.
Yeah.
On the legislative thing, I know one legislator was talking about let the grade A sell raw milk and the bill on that. And then there was another one on getting rid of the 12-day rule. Response to the Marigold thing.
I mean, you could see that coming.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I was just waiting for the text from that particular individual because I knew he was going to get me with it.
Yeah.
What do you think of this?
Yeah. Well, we'll see. That's the other thing too. When I talk about it, I have no idea what others have plans on.
But I knew that. I knew he was going to get that one anyway. But the raw milk one, and he asked me what I thought, and I said, "Well, I'll think about it." And by the time an hour had gone by, he texted back, said, "It's a little more difficult to do than I thought it would be."
as always.
Because of this going from the small
Mhm.
producer to,
To being able to wholesale and
to wholesale and do
Yeah.
all that. And I said,
and sell
you gotta
retail.
look at the contracts that these guys have to live up to.
Mhm.
And we hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah, that's
Well, why do you want to open up another risk factor?
Well,
This-
yeah, but he and I mean, we fought that battle with each other for 8 years. And part of it is the demand in his area for it is so big that they can't meet it.
Yeah. And I think just to put a point on what Ms. Redfield's talking about is that with most of our folks who are engaged with Darigold and Metagold, the quota dairies primarily, there's usually prohibitions in their contracts to sell raw milk. So you can't be engaged in selling milk to the processor for grade A, pasteurization standard FDA compliance, and then also be selling raw milk off the same operation. And Mrs. Anderson, who's out there, would certainly understand that more than I do, but I do think there's those types of prohibitions typically in the contract that if something happened and there was some sort of disruption, you can't just all of a sudden start selling your milk as raw milk to the public without some consequences with your contractor or with your processor. So
yeah, Mike, sorry, I was gonna hop in there. Yeah, they send us frequent reminder letters that we are not to sell raw milk.
So that does make it more complicated. I mean, if somebody wants to do that, they and if that were allowed to do wholesale retail versus the small dairy exemption we have in place today, if the law were to change to do that, you pretty much would have to be totally invested in doing your business that way. So that does, I think, change that conversation a little bit. That's it for legislature, unless there's other questions. The only other point that I had, and I committed that I'd mention this because I don't know if Mr. Tidwell will be able to talk about it too much since it's in process, but now that it's out there for comment, maybe he can. We were a cooperating agency on this front, but there is a current EIS out regarding USDA Wildlife Service grizzly bear depredation management in Montana specifically. The root of that comes from a lawsuit litigation that was filed against Wildlife Services some time ago that they had not updated how they work or how they conduct their operations in areas where grizzly bears as an endangered species are. Idaho was ahead of Montana. Idaho did their process and put out alternatives and selected alternatives probably roughly a year ago. Montana's process had just been going on here in the last year. So that is out for public comment. Public comments close on that on October 5th. So I kind of wanted to mention that today, one, for the board's awareness, but anyone who's listening to the meeting or goes back and listens to the meeting, if they somehow missed that that's out there and is something that they might want to make public comment on, I wanted to make sure people were aware of that. The preferred alternative, there's 5 alternatives. The preferred alternative that's been chosen by Wildlife Services is essentially the status quo of how they work with grizzly bear depredation management in Montana today, which is that they're allowed to provide both technical and operational, lethal and non-lethal support to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service who are dealing with those things. I think that would be our preferred alternative too. The status quo of how they operate today is what we'd like to see. But to be pointed out, I'm sure there's some other alternatives there that will get traction. There are alternatives all the way to the point of Wildlife Services when it comes to grizzly bear depredation and potentially activities in grizzly bear habitat where they would be restricted to only providing technical assistance and only non-lethal assistance, which is not what we would like to see. So now grizzly bears is not, although we deal with grizzly bears a lot, it's more in the FWP camp than our camp, but we will probably provide comments on that by the October 5th deadline, supporting that preferred alternative that Wildlife Services has picked and registering our support for the status quo of how Wildlife Services is operating when it comes to grizzly bears and within grizzly bear habitat today. But obviously that's something that'll capture a lot of attention. And just to say it again, for anyone listening, October 5th. So if that's an issue you care about, you need to go to the Federal Register, find that, and make comments on that before October 5th.
So, just so the board understand, I mean, the comments you make will be this board's comments, basically. So if there's someone on this board that has a comment that they would like to make different or reinforcing what Mike has proposed, this would be a good time.
Yeah. I should stop there and say that I have made the assumption that the board would support the department making comments in favor of maintaining the status quo of how Wildlife Services in Montana deals with grizzly bear deprivation management, and not to see any retraction of that. But if the board does disagree with me and wants me to make comments other than that, I'm open. I guess I should not assume that that's something that this board would support or not support. So.
Yeah, the only changes I'd like to see are not going to happen. So.
Well, that alternative is won't get enough traction.
Yeah,
it may get some traction, but it won't get enough.
It won't get it in the circle of B&B. So Greg was thinking about a hunting season, huh?
No, I would just like to have Wildlife Services be able to deal with the bears without having to go fishing game, U.S. fishing game, and everything else.
You gotta call somebody with you. Well, Kenny's up his bear.
So we have one less in about a week's time. Jeremy had 6 different grizzlies within a quarter mile of the house, but now there's only 5. While he was at the fair, the whole family was at the fair. Well, the hired man was bailing west of Jeremy's house and came back in the evening in the dark, and right west of Jeremy's house sees this black ball of fur in the borrow pit and thought, oh, crud. 3 dogs on the farm, and this kid's, he's the caretaker, and he thought for sure one of the dogs he got on the highway and got flipped. Stop. It's a grizzly cub. So now there's only 5 there. So we have 1 less, but 6 different grizzlies. That's how 2 cubs. He had lunchtime. He looked out his west window while he's having lunch, and there's 2 of them in the hay meadow right west of the house. And he thought the cows are big black buggers. They thought the cows had got in the hay meadow or some bulls that got around there, and he's knocking off 2 grizzlies. He went up to work on a pivot, and there's one sitting at the pivot point. So, and he's done his dogs with him on the 4-wheeler, but so he slows down, and the bear wanders off into the oats about 2 towers, and then just sits and watches him work on the pivot. You know, they have no fear anymore.
There's 5 around our place, about 2 miles as a crow flies. Brooklyn was all in Barley there, and they dumped somehow a big pile of the grain in there. And driving the Great Falls the other day, there was 5-6 vehicles parked along the road and stopped, and there was 5. The first 2 days was only 4, but now it's up to 6. Now there's 6 of them. They're there every evening and every morning. You could barely just about walk up to them. They don't move.
Yeah.
And they're big ones too.
That's what it rained a little bit Saturday night. Monday morning, I took hired man over to pick up an outfit that we left north of the buildings, and here in the fresh dirt, it looks like I don't know what they were doing. There was a sow and 2 cubs that are out there just messing around, and they come and eat grain out of the auger at night, and then we have chokecherry bushes there, and so they always leave a deposit to make sure that you know they've been there. So, all right, we don't need to. There's too many of them.
Okay. So with that, that's everything from the executive officer, just status updates on various ongoing processes. And so we're ready for Mr. Spats and I see him walking out the door.
Morning.
Morning, Mike.
Here, members of the board. For the record, I'm Michael Spats, the Human Resource Officer for the Department of Livestock. Thanks for having me today.
Well,
We got kind of a busy agenda, I guess, a little bit more than normal, not too bad. Go for it. Okay. Got their materials. It's awkward not seeing Mr. Hunnicutt have it on the street for me. So there's two things that Norm will talk about: staff openings, recruitment. Then you can see on there, I don't know if Johnny got it on the list, but it was a last minute. It's going to be a board approval request for a reclassification of the position, and then moving of an FTE to take a part-time position to a full-time in the AP, which they found to be needed. The board approves that. So do that. Move over that in the general updates. But if you approve to move forward with that, that would be great.
the job reclassification is
Yep.
on the agenda. So.
That one's on there? Okay,
Yeah.
good. There's another one, an additional one to move a half-time FTE to create a full-time FTE in the AP. Would be the second request. So we look at it under general updates.
Mr. Spence would like you to.
Oh, he needs me to
share.
put his
Oh,
thing up.
That's okay.
Especially we
You
have
just-
the two on Zoom, that it would probably be beneficial to have.
Sorry, I was working on and I don't know, they won't hear me, but for some reason our YouTube streaming is not working today. So some people are, that's what I was out of the room just trying to see if we could fix that, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to fix that. But we're recording it and it'll be online when we get done today. So, but I guess that's the best we can do for right now. But let me share your PowerPoint there. Sorry for that. Let's see. Down below the market stuff here. Get to Mike's presentation.
Yeah.
There we go.
Mr. Hunnicutt, just to catch you up, I was informing the board that we do have under the general updates, the materials don't show up, but the agenda has it. There's a request for board approval for a reclassification of a position in animal health. And then there'll the request to create a full-time position. So we discuss that. We'll talk about that under general updates. A lot of movement since the last board meeting. I guess it's been a while. We've hired 8 new people, filled a lot of positions, had some internal movement. We got the molecular lab technicians all filled up. We got almost all the positions in buildings. We have 1 left in buildings, market inspector to fill. And so in the lab, we have quite a few people moving around, and in branch, we have people moving around internally. So we hired 8, but we had 7 vacated positions. So it seems like a revolving door, but one of those positions was actually a half-time A grader position that we hired in that group. 3 days later, decided that position wasn't for them, and they resigned their position. So we're actively recruiting for that and noticing that it's becoming kind of difficult. Hence the request that's coming. Then we do have 1 future resignation out of the market supervisor in Three Forks, because resigning September, coming up here in the first Friday in September. I believe that'll be vacated.
So that coincides with their official takeover is the 5th or something. Is that
correct? The 4th. It's
the 4th. Yeah, the 4th sounds good.
Yeah. So I just, for the record, his employment with us will end before he becomes the employer or whatever, or the not employer, but
and I should mention, if we're going to have a vacancy for a market supervisor with Three Forks, one of the better places, because we actually have a lot of people positioned that can slide over there and help out versus if it were on the corner of the state, so to speak. So, but we'll have to fill in with people until we get someone to replace John. But just pointing that out, because the board probably should be aware of that. Obviously, not that he had any intent to do that, but because of conflict of interest policies and other things, that you can't be a market owner and be a market supervisor. Yeah. So those two things don't go well together. So so that's a decision that he had to make. But we will be filling in with other folks from the area, district investigators, folks from Ramsey, whatever we have to do until we get someone hired in there full time. I'm hopeful in that geography that there's someone who wants that job and it won't be very difficult to fill.
Right. So we actually, it says 9 positions up there. We filled 3 of those. We're down to 6, but then we did post that market supervisor position posted and recruiting actively right now for that.
So that's one of the 9 that's on here? Or that?
Yep. So we're actually, the actual number is now 7 from that in real time data, just since they gave us materials. It's become 7 in just the last couple of years. So we did fill the Western Livestock and Great Falls position. The District 14 has an offer out to an applicant. And then that lab technician position is also filled internally too. So those are off that list there. Getting into the staffing and position highlights, just recognizing some of the new people that have joined the team and some of the movement. But we have Abigail Simpson and Savannah Walby. They both joined the brand's team in Billings there as market inspectors not too long ago. And then Mr. Ty Holman was promoted to the district lead investigator, the FTO position, June 17th. So that fills all of brand's 3 FTO positions out there.
And FTO stands for Field Training Officers. So these are the people who we rely on to when there's a new investigator, they train with them, and they have to, and it's a special certification they have to get through the Law Enforcement Academy. And so Ty has all those certifications.
But so does that create a vacancy then?
No, he does that in conjunction with continuing to be
additional investigator. You just got additional duties that he'll go train.
So when we get this, when we get a new investigator hired for District 14, they'll go to one of the field training officers. They'll ride around with them in their district for a while, sort of seeing the job. The field training officers will also go with them to their district, and it's just part of the process of getting them trained up and indoctrinated into being a livestock investigator. And again, from the law enforcement side, it is an official certification that you have to. So Ty, as he has done, you have to go to the academy and do the additional training and get that FTO certification.
He has that already.
He does.
Yes. He's good to go. He's hitting the ground running. Mm-hmm. On the CSD side, Riley, you met Riley Meredith already?
Yeah.
That's here, yeah. So, I stole my thunder on that one, but Riley's been here a while, so it doesn't seem like he's new anymore. He's been here a few months, but really doing a good job. Justin Meadows joined the IT team for us. He's helping us out on recording today. So on that side, and then we got animal health. We have Destiny Benjamin joins our team here in Helena as in animal health, part of the compliance team. And then we have our new veterinarian microbiologist section head that started, Haley Masterson. Joined us in Bozeman's, doing a great job. And William Christian is a regular diagnostic lab tech that's a microbiologist but he started just recently here this beginning of the week with us. And then internal movement, we have Regan Stark in the lab, has moved into to the lab, milk lab, from a front desk lab person. They call it lab tech. They're both, she's a microbiologist, that's what they are. And then one more list that just recently accepted another microbiologist position is Haley Carroll is to be on that list too. So 2 internal movement in the lab. They're getting promoted.
So does that create an opening in the lab then?
It did, yep. So that couple more positions to recruit for there in the lab. Those ones feel a little easier than the veterinarian pathologist microbiologist positions.
Well, yeah, if there's a body in Bozeman, they probably want a job so they can afford to live there.
Yeah.
Shockingly, no. They just want to live there. They don't need a job. One reason or another, they don't need a job. Because I'm trying to hire.
Let's see, you had an open bid.
Lots of them.
Hitting the general update section, just informing the board with our mid-year check-in process. We had about a 97-98% participation rate in that. Wasn't quite 100, but pretty close, almost there. We've been doing some by request, actually, which is amazing, but been working with supervisors in animal health and the brands on employee relations, corrective action, HR related trainings. A lot of great interest and participation happening in that through the different units, and gets me out of the office once in a while too. So giving that training, and it's good to see. Reminder that the governor boards are coming up on September 21st. We have three employees that are being awarded that we'll probably recognize at the next board meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. On that, I usually wait for the governor to do his shindig, and then at the next board meeting, we'll recognize them. But they will get to go to a lunch and go to a award presentation, have their picture taken with the governor and all that stuff on the 21st.
It's a big deal. It's good. It's good. We're proud of them.
So Mike, I'd like to back up just a little bit. So you have a 97 to 98%, not 100. And so what's the reason? Not because they don't want to do it or they're too busy, or
I think there was just timing and some technical errors. I can't say that it's fully justifiable, but some things happen. That allow some mistakes to happen.
Yeah, and we really concentrate. I think the biggest area where we have difficulty or have had difficulty in the past since we moved to the electronic format that the state adopted is, if you think about our markets, it's not like it is here in this office where everybody sits at a desk with their own computer. There's one computer, and somebody usually have to make time for someone to go sit down. So I know at least one of those that Mike reported me on was they kind of waited to the last day to go in and give people the computer time to sit down and do it. And then the system went down, and then they shut the system down. And so that was the technical error.
Yeah.
And so 97, 98%, it's less than 5 people. It's 2 or 3 that didn't get through the, and that's all the way through to completion. That doesn't mean it didn't start. That's 97 to 98% went all the way through all the steps, which is to the point of having a meeting with your supervisor. So I think we probably had 100% that did at least some of the steps, but 97 to 98% they completed. So
100% turning the computer on. So.
Yeah.
Shoot, I could do that.
There was and stuff happened. So we try. We'll be gracious on that. So.
The annual evaluations that come up at year end were a little bit more rigid, I would say, because those are the ones that actually matter the most.
So Mike doesn't get you out of across the street thing, but we're not doing our reviews. Yeah.
Well, I would say our 97 to 98% participation rate, which to me and Mike is disappointing. We're still better than many of our colleagues in our percentage participation. So that doesn't mean we shouldn't strive for 100%, but some agencies, that number's significantly lower.
Just that's a bad one. Yes, great.
When we have employees separate, you visit with them as to why they're separated, and
yes, I attempt to. So I'll schedule a meeting if they make it. Fine. Sometimes they're giving us not enough notice to meet with them or whatever. But everyone gets an exit interview, regardless of whether I meet with them directly or not. And then they choose to send that back to me.
Okay. How candid are those? I mean, if they have internal issues or
if there's something that I share all of them with management anyways, but especially if there's some kind of red flag on them or something we need to address, definitely looking at those, trying to tackle those for sure.
Some of them are extremely candid. I'll answer that question. Some of them are very, very upfront about what they didn't like or about the job, whether they just didn't like the work they were doing or if they didn't like their supervisor so we do get some candid responses. And I know that's Mike's job, is to act on any of those that have things that require him to do more follow-up on. So
we encourage people to be very candid on them. Of course, some people also choose not to. They don't want to burn bridges, so they don't. For the most part, people speak their mind on this.
Yeah, because it's very typical. We do have a lot of people who won't burn bridges because we have a lot of people who come in and out of employment. They work with us for a while, they leave, and then they come back. If I would say probably the biggest issue we hear is pay, probably more than anything else, is just that I was able to find a job that paid more. That's the biggest reason for people leaving.
Yeah, that's still number one.
And I was just in 2 days of meetings, and now there's the scenario of 2 government positions, and they have their pay scales, and there's some variance, but not very much. And the private sector, for a good employee,
Right.
the private sector is a lot of times willing to pay more than the government. You know, the benefits, that's the thing that most government jobs have over the private sector. But and that meeting was in Bozeman, and they're looking at moving out of the building they're in right now. Let's say because the government sounds like they're going to sell that building to the city of Bozeman for $1 maybe. You know, and but instead of relocating somewhere else where it might be a little bit more reasonable living expense, so it'll be in the city limits of Bozeman. So I mean, you talk about expensive real estate. I think Bozeman is one of the most expensive places to live anywhere right now. Right? Especially compared to the income of especially the state average income. I think Bozeman probably, the disparity between the two are huge. Oh, all right.
Just lifestyle's a good place to work, so we're still hiring.
Yeah, well, that's good.
More for the board info, but just people listening out there, we do have the EEO non-discrimination and harassment prevention training that we have to do every 3 years is out there due on December 31st. It seems like just yesterday we did that at the board, not too long ago. It's back again, so that's out there. And then the 2 items that aren't on that general updates, coming back to the board approval request. The first one, they're both in animal health, but the first one is meat, milk, and egg, stemming from the recent federal audit that they had. They found a need for another compliance specialist, which is a compliance investigator position that they want to create. They don't want to add a new position, but they want to reclassify an existing position into that compliance investigator position and then recruit internally and fill it that way. So it's not adding FTE to the list.
Because we have a vacancy, is that correct?
There's
FTE vacancies.
They have some, but the thought behind this is that the workload isn't necessarily there to add more people to the group. It's to add some positions to similar positions and add some different duties to that. And then that should fill the void that they need. And filling that internally prevents us from having to add FTE for this. So
that would make for 3 compliance officers instead of 2, right?
Correct. Yep. Bring that to 2. And then this one, the idea behind that, the difference is it'll also do some labeling duties with it. So that one would fit that way. I know Ms. Love has some ideas on what they would inspect and different than the current existing compliance specialists, investigators that are out there.
William.
Mr. Chair, so are they, would that be paid out of the milk and
it would come out of the budget for meat, milk, and egg. I don't know I'm not sure where I got to the budget. Yeah.
I haven't seen the proposal, but they've got plenty of authority to meet function inspection, so.
Yeah. And really the difference is about looking at reclass. If we reclass an internal person, but it'd be the most like $1.50 an hour increase potentially.
Ms. Love.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, come on up.
Now, William, maybe you would like to restate your question.
Well, so Mr. Specs had said that you're reclassifying the position. I was just curious what that position will be paid out of.
Sure. So chair member, members of the board, I guess I should do the introduction first. Alicia Love, Meat, Milk, and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. This position would be paid out of my meat budget, which is half general fund, half federal funding. And that's where the current position is paid out of.
And to reiterate, Mr. Simonson did say there's excess authority within that budget to cover the nominal or small increase in pay that would happen there.
There would be an increase in
Pay and benefits,
rate.
probably less than $5,000 to $6,000.
Yeah.
Is what the difference would be from what current salaries are. So a small percentage. I know that doesn't sound small to some of you, but in the meat budget, $5,000 to $6,000 is not a incredible or not a huge percentage increase in spending, and the authority is there to cover the spending.
Yes.
So, Ms. Lip, did this come out of the federal audit that we realized we needed one more?
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bettis, this was identified as a vulnerability during our audit. We identified some labeling issues with retail meat, and the auditor basically started asking us about our process. And he asked, does compliance usually go into state inspected meat plants? Now, I can tell that you know that when compliance shows up in one of my meat plants, they freak out. That's almost as bad as me showing up. So I don't think that this identified a big enough gap to need a whole nother position. I think that third compliance piece that we put in has been amazing. But I do actually want there to be a little bit of separation between the full compliance group and someone who has technical knowledge in labeling requirements, someone who can say, I know what labels should have a mark of inspection and which one shouldn't. And now with this reclassification, the label specialist would actually be able to take the enforcement action. So what I would do right now is I would first send it to the county and say, hey, county, you've got a problem. And then we kind of wait and see if the county is going to be responsive, because county sanitarians are really different in how they play ball with us. They play really well with me in Bozeman and in Missoula.
I know.
But some of my other counties say it's me, it's your problem, and I'm not doing it. And then I have to bring compliance in. This feels like a really neat bridge where this person can take enforcement when needed. They already have that relationship with the plant, so it isn't as scary as James showing up. And they have some really good technical knowledge of what's out there and what should be labeled the way it is. I think it's a really good bridge. The auditor didn't specifically say that it was a huge issue, but he did have some concerns that we didn't immediately have compliance come in and get it. And I didn't get into the nuance of what I explained to you all here, but it was like, okay, let's ponder on this. Is there a better way forward where we keep a good relationship with industry, identify this gap, and maybe keep the county sanitarians out of our plants a little bit more?
Okay. I entertain a motion to accept the request for reclassification.
I'll make a motion to accept the reclassification of the position.
All right. Motion by Jake, second by Alan. Is there discussion? Yes. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And now the next item is a part-time to full-time or something, is that?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
And
So stemming from two things, we finding it more difficult to recruit half-time position because people don't want to, they're looking for full-time work, so we're finding it difficult. But also there's a proposed increase of hours in our rate plan, which is having us look into the future is having someone full-time anyways, and increasing that group more appropriate to keep up with their needs and what we can offer for services.
Yeah. And it's not on the agenda. We just, after the agenda went out, correct, Mike come to me and talked about this, and this is the solution. I hadn't even had a chance to talk to Ms. Love about it, but it's the solution I came forward with. There are conversations about the eggplant moving to 7 days at some point. That's 7 days of 12-hour shifts. That's 84 hours of work a week. And so our current staffing would give us, if all positions were filled, about 100 hours of work a week, which is not allowing for any sort of wiggle room for people to be sick or off. Also, these people are working 12-hour shifts, and you have to kind of work that out. I don't believe the eggplant, and Mr. Kleinsofster might know more than I do, but I don't think the eggplant is probably done expanding in its future. I think it has room to grow. So it's one of those things we need to get ahead of versus finding ourselves in a position of saying the plant can't operate the hours it wants to operate because we can't provide the staffing for the inspection. It would be better for us. It would help with recruitment, and it would give us more flexibility to deal with the eggplant's needs when the day comes that they expand their hours in operation.
So that person that was there for 3 days, was that a part-time position?
That was a part-time position.
So was that part of the issue, or they just didn't like?
I think that one was more of just this isn't going to be a good fit for me. Here's my staff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honeycutt, I floated this idea briefly with the supervisor of that program as well. And he had, I think, a brilliant idea. This would also allow 8th graders to go out and do our quarterly SES visits. Mm-hmm. And that would ease some of the work in the milk program if needed. So if we just, for some reason, really need to find some people to do, they could go out and help cover with that portion of the work as well, which I think would be really helpful. I've got dairy inspectors out on vacation or out on leave or something. That'd be an easy thing that this would allow us to kind of pick up out in the field if needed as well.
So what kind of training was going to be required for this position, then, if they're going to be multitasking?
Mr. Honey, Mr. Chairman, the really nice thing is the training they're already doing for eggs covers it. So if they're certified to grade eggs, they are well certified to go out and do those quarterly visits.
Okay.
And again, the authority, again, we've talked about many times, Egg Authority is one of those areas where, because of what we have to charge, we've had excess cash above our expenses. So this is not just the authority. We actually have, we have had excess cash that would cover.
And that's a way to use some of the egg cash to maybe supplement some of the other programs.
Yes.
So, and this requires board action to move from a half-time to a full-time?
Yeah, I view it because it's not we're not proposing, and the way I interpret the board's policy and procedure is that we have freedom to replace positions exactly as they exist. If we are reclassifying it, changing the duties of the position, or expanding the position, in this case from half-time to full-time, that's where the board wants to be engaged. So that's why we're asking you for approval.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, I'll just add that we do have halftime vacant positions in that working as well. We can borrow. Yeah.
So we would just reclassify a position that is there.
And we move a halftime FT or halftime FT over to that position and make it full time.
Okay.
So right now, we're getting by with the halftime. We're going to go to a full time. With that quarterly report, that's going to take up their time and making sure we've got enough work for them until the plan expands.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Richmond, right now our contract is 72 hours. So we're already 12 hours in the deficit right now with how it is. And we've been utilizing a sanitarian, in some cases for a little while, 2 sanitarians to kind of pick up that extra 12 hours. I was actually at the egg plant yesterday. I floated this as a very, very light, maybe we're going to go this direction. And something that they proposed was right now they have to stop to take a lunch break every day because they don't have grading services during the lunch hour. If we could overlap 2 people, then they would not stop for a lunch break. They'd get out of there earlier, and I would basically have like half an hour to an hour of overlap. So we've got the extra 12 hours there, plus an extra 5 hours a week, plus just paperwork, and if they need someone to walk around, like if they're having a lot of sanitation issues that day, that would free up an eighth grader to walk with them and be like, hey, this is what I saw earlier. I think it's gonna give us better customer service in the egg plant. And I think those quarterly visits would just be on the occasion that the plant's running really well that day and there's no sanitation issues and everyone's just really buttoned up and nothing, no equipment breaks that day, which happens a lot, it seems like. Then we would utilize those quarterly inspections as kind of a fill-in. I think it's unlikely this person is going to be hard pressed for work.
So, Mr. Chair, so if you were at like the lunch hours, the plant won't have to stop for lunch then? I guess to get more eggs ready, and I guess it.
Yeah, we are also trying to think about how we can make operations more efficient for the plant and still provide the service that we're supposed to. We don't want and that's the other thing is that's when it first came to me about how we might handle that. And I talked to it with Mr. Spatz is my concern is that I don't want our ability to provide service to be a limiting factor on the plant's ability to do what they need to do or make expansions that they need to make. If we have the cash and we have the resources, we should make that available so they don't have to adjust to us. We should adjust to them. If that makes sense.
I think it looks to me like as good a scenario, I won't say perfect, but as good a scenario as we could hope for because of the fact that we have excess cash in the egg grading budget, and we would be able to use some of that cash to employ a person to do some other duties and still legitimatize their position in egg. So I think it's the best of two worlds there. Yes.
If they don't have to stop for lunch, how many eggs can they grade in that hour?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bettis, I don't know. I have not run the statistics on how fast they can grade, but it seems
we get paid in the department. I don't know how the egg program works, but do we get charged by how many eggs they grade a day, or it's just hourly?
It's an hourly rate. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bettis, it's an hourly rate, and the kind of funny thing here is that if the eggplant increases hours because we have another employee, then the eggplant is going to be paying us more, which
that was
continue
my
to go
point. Is yes, it's a $5,000 to $6,000 difference for the year, but how much more are they going to pay a year if they have an extra hour? I mean, it's probably going to offset.
So do you have the statistic just for general information? How many eggs?
Mr. Chairman, I would have to go.
Any time frame?
I would have to find out. I see them going through a lot of eggs. And I was there for an hour and a half yesterday, and they were bringing over like 7 or 8 packages of eggs. It was like whoop, 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 and gone again. It was almost head spinning how fast they're moving in there.
Well, there's a lot of semis around that.
On it, I can bring back in a little bit because we met with Wilcox recently and they gave me their stats on number of eggs that they.
I think it'd just be
it's a staggering number.
And it is, and then it's going to increase apparently. So
I bet I
can building barns.
I bet I can have that information before I see you guys again this afternoon.
I'll make a motion to change from a half FTE to a full time.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion by Jake, second by William to grant the request to move a half-time position to full-time. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Yeah.
All right. So, is there any other
That's it for me.
items that didn't make the?
Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. All right. It looks like it's recess time.
Now we get to go outside and play. No,
Huh?
I said, now we get to go outside and play.
Yeah. So
We'll take a bio break.
Let's take a. Let's take 15 minutes. We're at 10:02. We're going to reconvene.
Yeah.
And we'll keep rolling on. We should get out of here fairly early. It looks like.
Yeah.
And so.
Brian's going to keep you ahead of schedule.
Yes, yeah,
Okay, I am resuming the recording. We should be streaming on live on YouTube. We got that fixed, so that should be happening. So
okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order then. With that, our next item.
Wait. Hold on a second.
We're a little bit.
You know what I bet?
You're streaming out.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Hold up a minute.
Let me close this. I need to close this. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're not listening to ourselves on a reset. So at least you know if we need to have a beeper or a buzzer, you are on about a 5-second delay. So.
Okay. All right. So with that,
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Brian Simonson, your Chief Financial Officer, here to give you your end of year financial closeout and a couple other little operations duties here. The first one, we're going to be on tab 2, page 1. The first thing, always in August, if we have a meeting in August, is to vote to approve the $575,000 dispersion of funds per capita fee to fight coyotes in the state of Montana. To get to that number for there's 3 or 4 main parties here. The 3 counties that do not participate in USDA Wildlife Services helicopter operations for predator control. Those are Carter County, Powder River, and Richland County. Before my time, it was decided that their share of this $575,000 is based on what they paid in per capita. You can see on this page, they paid about 8.78% of the per capita for the state. So they're going to get that back in total. And you can see at the bottom how much each county would receive of the $575,000. Carter would get $19,820. Powder River would get $20,250, and Richland County would get $10,415 of that. The other thing that comes out before we cut a check to USDA Wildlife Services is helicopter insurance for our 3 helicopters. So this year, $11,926. That's about $500 drop from last year. So as they age, the insurance costs less, just like most insurance goes. So the total amount that the board needs to approve for wildlife services is $512,589. Yeah. Okay.
So do we need 2 separate motions?
No, I would just make a motion to approve the predator control allocations for fiscal year 2027.
Sure, I move that.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Alan, a second by Greg to approve the allocation of the predator control money. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Okay.
Mr. Chair, just before I leave that page, I'd like to note that when you combine that $512,000 to wildlife services with what FWP, $145,000 wolf donations approximately, and then the livestock loss board approved this last time a $95,000 transfer to wildlife services. That's just over $750,000 that the Department of Livestock in total is contributing to coyotes for the state of Montana. Well, wildlife services. Sorry, yeah. There's some wolf action.
Yeah.
And investigations.
Yes, and investigations.
Mm-hmm. And how does that compare to years past? I mean, our per capita fees.
Yeah, the only thing the wolf donations are increasing incrementally over the last 3 or 4 years. So not a lot of difference there. And then, so the biggest variable would be the livestock loss board, what they have available. And they've had this about 100,000 for the last couple of years. So, and predict that to continue into the future unless we see a lot more predation on the landscape.
Yeah. So just again, I know not to be sorry for being repetitive, but just always so the board understands, the Livestock Loss Board has the ability to move or allocate half of its leftover claims money to wildlife services. That's what the statute allows them to do. And so, so as long as they don't expend their entire claims budget in a year, they have money that they can distribute to wildlife services. But that's why Brian says it goes up and down. There's been years where the claims budget was almost fully expended and they didn't have any money to send to wildlife services, but that's not been the case for the last couple of years.
We're working right now. We need a lot more.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to move on to page 2, the multicolored state special revenue report. This is your end of fiscal year, June 30th report. It's 2 months technically since the last time we met and had a report. At the end of the year, you get kind of like 2.5, almost 3 months worth of revenue coming in right at the last minute because the lab has to get all of their stuff done a little bit more accelerated at the end of the year than before. So, so there's a lot of movement that goes on this page at the last couple months of the year. For the most part, everything in here is a good news story. I'll just kind of go quickly down it and highlight what I think are some stories. So field inspections, everything above that, everything above, row 6, those are all coming in standard as normal and look good. Field inspections came in nearly exactly as they did this time last year. So not gonna, it's a relative number. So relatively, we're doing well compared. Market inspections, they came in 30,000, almost 31,000 greater than at the end of the year last year. So pretty good up from 2025. Investment earnings, you can see there, negative 95,000. This is all of our, re-record dollars in the savings account. Essentially, the account goes down every year by that 790,000 in the re-record brands. And then we went from a 4.12% this year interest rate to a 4.71% average. This is average over the entire year. So, that's over half a percentage point less than this time last year. So that accounts for the negative, even though 4.12% is pretty good compared to most, if you're looking over a 10-year period. So we're doing pretty well still. So good news. In the brands, you can see we're column D, row 13, we're 123,000 more than this time last year.
Per capita fee.
We're pretty happy with those figures. Most of that increase looks to be like the 3% increase because the cattle numbers really didn't move that, materially enough. And then of course the 1 cent for chickens. So let's not forget that they got hit pretty good on per capita fees. So that's where most of your growth is at. Same story. Indirect costs, I don't need to really go into that, but the rate did increase and we had some extra FTE in meat and poultry. So that explains the increase year over year. Investments are the same. Milk inspection, purple sheet. I don't have a ton here. I would point out that column C for 2026, we brought in $255,768 for the year. We spent, if you were to go find the brown sheet, we spent $245,000 of milk inspection dollars. So $10,000 went into savings, and we know that's because the legislature instituted essentially 30% of, or there's a expression is here. Anyway, we have general fund paying for approximately half, and milk inspection paying for a little bit more than half.
We have a subsidy now for milk inspection that we didn't have in previous years.
That's right. Thank you.
Yes.
So milk inspection, even though the numbers don't match up to the budget, is covering its expenses, which is what we're after. So good news there. Egg grading, you had the whole discussion of why we have too much money in the account. So that's evidence there. The last one, well, besides wolf donations, diagnostic lab, they've come in they're down. You can see there 38,000. Most of that happened in this last 2 months. So maybe there'll be a little bit of bump, next month. But with the new lab going in and disruptions in that, we should be in for a bumpy ride for a whole year here, you know, with the lab. I mean, nobody should expect great guns, but I would still say 1.5 million of work is, you know, 4 years ago, we were doing 1.2. So we've seen an increase over, you know, a 4-year period for sure.
But I'll bet, I mean, we've increased fees since then, so the actual work that the lab is doing may not have changed as much as it shows on the dollar.
It's hard to find detail in there, that's for sure. Yes, all of that true. I was just going to make a point that you can see over on the budget, it says 1.7 million versus what we brought in at 1.5. And that is a legitimate gap for what we anticipate for the new O&M costs for this huge new building. So we do need the lab to grow those lab fees for sure. And just to end on that note for the lab, this time last year, I was reporting an ending fund balance of a little over 500,000. Our ending fund balance this year in the lab for proprietary funds is 446,000. So we lost about 100,000 of our revenue that we had stored up over the last few years. But we still have, like I'm saying, we still have 446,000 of reserves to kind of get us through the next year or two in the lab. The same also could be said for the per capita fee. Right now, our ending fund balance and per capita fee is 12,618,000. Our total budget for per capita fee is about 6 million. So there's 6.6 million in reserve. You know, ideally that number is somewhere closer to 4 for, you know, doing business. But if the lab causes us some consternation in the next year and a half, 2 years, just think on these thoughts a little bit. We'll get through this.
Say we won't be in the position we were in 2016.
We won't be laying off anybody. Not while I'm here.
But if Greg wants to ask for more money, he's gonna have to get those lab names. So,
well,
if Kaching is online.
Yeah,
they're on now.
Lab I'm still being an expectation, and I would like to see 200,000 more in the lab.
More revenue, not more fees.
And also to be
more work.
Also, to be fair, you know, we haven't really seen it as much in per capita. I have my reasonings for that. But the lab fees, I think you also see some impact from the transactionality of how we do business. So with a smaller cattle herd, there's going to be less brucellosis testing. There's going to be less of these things that take place. And when things like brucellosis testing are such an outsized component, if that cuts back 10 to 20%, that impedes your ability to grow your revenue. Our hope is that eventually, and I know there's people in DC working on this problem, that our herd inventory will rebuild. And as our herd inventory rebuilds, some of these transactional tests, we'll see them increase back to their historical numbers that we had in the past. But again, that's something we'll have to wait and see. But I do think that's part of the story there too, is that less cattle equals less lab testing. It just naturally is that way.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment on the revenues right now. So have you ever taken the time to look at that chart I asked you about 3 weeks ago on the folder side for testing and the revenue?
Which
you said you could print up a chart of what how much revenue salmonella testing and does each year.
Oh, yeah, I haven't had a chance to. And one of the things I've learned since then is that we haven't. So I was confused when we were talking. So just give everybody a catch up. There's some salmonella testing being done. That's being done at Washington State right now. There's a desire in the egg industry to bring that to Bozeman. I was confusing it with the Salmonella enteritidis testing. I think I'm saying that right, which is on the shell. It's not that. It's actually the testing we're talking about is the pylorium testing, which is actually a necropsy where the birds come in and we actually necropsy the birds. And so that's not something that we had traditionally or historically been doing. So I don't have the data. I thought it was the stuff we used to do, what I was going to do is a comparison of how has that changed. but that's not, it's actually a whole different type of salmonella testing that we're talking about that we actually hadn't been doing before.
But I'm just talking about if you put in a new batch of chickens, you swab for E. coli, for salmonella, just the basic. That's what I was talking.
Okay, well I can.
So it doesn't require necropsy. You're doing it on live.
We're not talking about necropsies.
Yeah, but the new testing that folks want us to add that Wilcox is doing at Washington State is necropsy testing. It's Salmonella pylori, which is actually on the birds themselves.
So I guess some of it, but not the brunt of it, I guess.
So that the testing you're talking about were on the new birds?
Because I think we're still doing the Salmonella enteritidis testing.
Well, I don't know. I'll just tell you how it is. We had a all-colony meeting here 2 weeks ago, and everybody's just asking the same questions. I mean, we've been sending our labs to Washington State since October. When will we get back with McKenna State? And the Wilcox crew was there, Dr. Tenza, and they were very frustrated. I'll say that with the responses they're getting from the lab and from here. And we said there's no I guess you can't go to say there, but it seemed like a no priority. Nothing's getting done, so they actually signed a contract with Washington State for a whole year now to send the labs there. I don't like that, and I think it needs to be addressed.
Well, this is pathology testing. It's the Salmonella pylori testing, and we've been down a pathologist. And our commitment is when we filled our additional pathologist position and got moved into new lab, we would begin to do that testing. If they went outside the contract and couldn't wait for us, there's not much we can do about that.
At Washington State actually hired a special a person just to take care of the town.
Yeah, we've been down a pathologist.
But we need to get this fixed. We need to keep our revenue in our state, and our chicken producers want to keep it in the state because it costs 3 times as much to ship it to Washington State.
Mm-hmm. I understand that, but we also have to be able to make money off that testing as well. If we can't make money off it, it's not really a service we want to provide.
So Washington State apparently thinks that they can afford to hire another person. Also, I think there's something that maybe doesn't.
I think this needs to be solved with whoever's in charge, and they didn't want to plant any fingers in anything.
And I'd say I think we've bent over backwards for Wilcox in this regard and really just gotten nowhere. As I've said, I'll state since it's out there and we're in the conversation, I think they have a desire to work with the lab they want to work with, and I don't know if there's much we could do to change their mind on that.
Well, it's frustrating. You listen to them, they tell you this, you come here, we hear this. I'm going to sit in the middle there, and you don't know what to say either way.
Yeah, the producers are in the middle, hearing a story from both sides. I respect that.
But William, if that is the issue, the solution in my world is to get both sides at the same table.
Well, that's my point.
And because we have a gentleman there in the back of the room that's what we got. We got everybody at the same table. We came up with a solution to a problem that was out there, and this now we're looking at a different problem. But I think there's a solution, but everybody has to make sure that they're understanding what the whole picture is, and that's the part that, in my view, the picture that you're getting and the picture that Mike's getting is not quite the same. And Wilcoxon's. So let's figure out a way to get everybody at the same table and see if we can work it out. Because if the desire is to have it in Montana, and there's enough revenue in it to make it worthwhile, I mean, we're not gonna bend over backwards to just keep people using us if we can't make any money out of it, of course. But if there's an opportunity there to facilitate. For the facility we have, it seems like there should be, but everybody's got to sit face to face, and if somebody's blowing smoke, let's find out who's blowing smoke and get it.
Well, it's that simple. You're not making any money, raise the fees or whatever, but it's local, it's handy, and it's a new lab, and I feel like we need to prioritize.
And I support, we brought Wilcox in, they've toured our facilities, they've walked through it. I kind of feel as that statement was made that we've been over backwards trying to convince them that we should do it. And outside of legislating, the egg businesses in Montana have to use our lab for this testing. I don't know how you can make them do business with us if they choose to do business with someone else.
But the producers could maybe not make them, but they could sure twist an arm if that's the producer's desire. Then
if you send the package, I mean, of swabs you need, I mean, these are sent to Boston, to Washington State, and wait a day long. I mean, for a producer's perspective, I think we need to get on the same page. And everywhere I go, they keep hounding me with questions and questions. I don't know what to tell them anymore. I'm serious.
Well, and you can see, I mean, yes, we have a 200,000 from what we wanted to be, but if you look year over year, if there's something we're not doing anymore, it's not appearing in the financials. It's not appearing. We've not lost a significant amount of business that can't be explained. I mean, the numbers don't add up. When I'm told that we're missing a $500,000 opportunity or we lost a $500,000, the lab's not showing that it's lost a $500,000 in revenue. Those numbers would be much worse if that had been the case.
Could you bring up the numbers, what these numbers actually are, let's say, for 2024?
I think we could probably, I'm looking at Brian to see if he's able to parse through that and see what the revenue is per test, numbers, fees, and what is behind making up those revenue numbers. Yeah, you don't have anybody to help you, bro.
Take it as a lookup for sure.
Yeah.
Over this right now.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Going on.
Yeah.
Page 3. I'm gonna spend less time here than you think. So we'll be quick, even though there's a lot of blue all over my page. Just start at the bottom right. We spent $1,095,000 more last year than we did the year before. We still have $1.264 million left that we didn't spend of that budget. So I don't like having that much money. I'll try to start at the top and explain how we got to that number a little bit better. But those are the numbers. So personnel services, you can look there, column F, row 5. That's $791,339. That's been growing steadily like that all year. I mean, most of that is veterinary, lab, brands, meat and poultry. I mean, we've had a lot of vacancies this year. So a lot of it's in that area. And then a lot of it, of course, is like a 6 to 7% pay increase that we had on top of that, especially when you're comparing last year to this year. That's where you'll see the big number growing there. But hopefully we don't have vacancies like that in the future. For operations, we're that $485,611. That is 8% of our operation budget left over. We were 6.4% of our personnel budget left over. So 8% predominantly in contracts. So that's a federal umbrella. 200,000 of that is less testing, it looks like, budgetarily. And then rent, the other 210,000 there, that comes in the form of CSD has about 133,000 of extra authority in the rent area. And then as we bring on all those meat and poultry personnel, the motor pool costs will eat into that number also. So that number will go down with full employment in the meat and poultry inspection. Not that we're quite there yet. That's the only two big outliers for the expenses. Just on the general fund, the budget numbers there below column or row 28, specifically, 689,000 of general fund left over. Just to explain away that a little bit, 400,000 of that is in meat and poultry inspection, and essentially we went to the legislature and asked for 300,000 per year of general fund, and then the feds came back and matched our 300,000 request. So we kind of got an additional 300,000 that we didn't expect through the legislature. So we're going to be running a $300,000 to $400,000 increase in general fund for the near future. I don't see that.
So Brian, that federal fund, was it a one-time only though? Or is that
no, we give them our budget and they come back and, it's a 50-50 match and they come back and we say, this is what we need. And they decide whether or not they're going to give us the whole thing. And they did give us the whole thing. We anticipated that they wouldn't do that they were going to cut those programs.
Yeah. But
remember back to that time period.
But to the chair's question, I would say it is a bit dependent because the plus up that we received came through the big beautiful bill. That was something that someone snuck in there because all the states who have state inspection programs had complained that over time we had sort of whittled back, not as a 50-50, but more like a 40-60, with 60 being on the state, had been how these programs had happened. And under a previous administration at the federal level, we had actually received notice on the meat programs that they interpreted the law as it wasn't a guaranteed 50-50 match. It was a match of up to 50%, and it was discretionary how much they would match. The complaints from states registered to Congress, and someone fixed that within the big beautiful bill. Now, whether that is part of the big beautiful bill or whether that is ongoing forever in the federal budget, I don't know. So it will be something we'll always have to watch to see if that begins to slide back. But for right now, we are 50-50. We're back to where we thought or we think we're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And hopefully that funding will continue into the future.
So there's if you were to look at the meat and poultry inspection, I think we'll see that 200 to 300,000 always kind of as a projected general fund balance. And then as you're closing out the year, just to maybe pump up how that number jumped up a couple 100,000, Evan had to instill about 500,000 worth of carry forward, which she'll have a big number of carry forward next year also and the year after. But that came in at the last minute. So while we did spend a lot of money on end of year wish list items, we had a lot of authority left over that didn't get in that mix. So it's a good thing and not a good thing. So it's a good problem to have, I guess.
So we will carry some of that authority forward.
30%.
Yeah. Unfortunately, and some of it translates to cash because there was cash in the bank, so it's savings, and so it puts money into our reserves. So it's not a total bad story, but
only maybe from the general fund and the federal dollars.
Yes, we like to maximize those if we can.
That's not cash in the bank for us.
Yeah. So Brian, am I reading this right that on the lab that there's roughly a $300,000 difference between expenses and lab fees?
Where are you at, sir?
Well, on the lab fees down here on the bottom, we have $1.4 million, and didn't we see?
So that's 2 years, or that's FY25 what we spent. And certainly, if you were to look up at supplies, we spent $374,000 more than this time last year. Most of that, and would account for this delta of $200,000 here, would all be in the lab. So lab supplies, whether or not it's a component of the new construction, which I'll always attribute something to that, like beefing up to get through that. But they did have a couple 100,000 more than what we would anticipate in supplies. So, hopefully that doesn't repeat itself.
And the next board meeting, we should be on cycle for a review of lab fees. We typically do that in the fall, right about the same time we do our decision making on per capita fees. So I think Dr. Judah's out there listening, and so they should be working that up to come to the board probably the next time you meet with a proposal on what lab fees should be set out for the next year. And hopefully there's some areas where you can increase. Part of the challenge we have is always just a reminder with when it comes to lab fees is there certain testing that is critical to the industry. And unfortunately the labs we compete against, a lot of them are university based. They have a lot of other revenue streams that we don't have, fundraising, research, the ability to get research grants that are more difficult since we're not a university lab. Again, it goes back to the previous conversation. What I don't know is that, and sometimes when we lose business to a university lab, is that because they were able to get a research grant that dovetails into that, and it explains why they can do something that we mathematically don't think we can make work. And so it does limit us though on pricing sometimes, because we do have to remain market competitive, even if the market is pricing that service under the cost, if that makes sense. Because if we want to continue to offer that testing and not lose it, then we have to offer the same cost as the labs around us.
So is there any
or the same price
with the MSU, because there's there talk about using it some in that 3+1 program, maybe getting some students over there. Is there going to be any opportunity?
There are opportunities to collaborate with the university right now, I think, and Dr. Szymanski can speak more to that when she's in the room. She's been doing a lot of work with some staff they've hired that are really wanting to do more work around brucellosis, right? And that's an area where we should have a comparative advantage over other labs and other areas of the country, because we have a reservoir of brucellosis. We have a lab sitting next to the university that does a high volume of brucellosis testing. So if there were research grants or things we could dovetail into there, and I do know that Dr. Szymanski and I met with the university about a joint proposal to USDA that several groups are working on. So those opportunities are there. There'll be some industries, obviously, that we're not going to outcompete Iowa State and some others for some of the things they're able to do just because of the volume or that they have in their local area. But that is certainly something we're trying to do to augment or bring additional revenue into the lab, and look for those collaborations with the university. And hopefully we have a much better position to do that now than we maybe had in the past.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have one more page. If you could turn to the back of that tab 2, page 15. This is a relatively new one. I'll be quick on this, but I just wanted to also give a shout out to Evan and the business office for completing their fiscal year 2026 here in the last, since this board met. They've been really busy. We're all closed down. If we meet in late September, we should have a 2027 budget and some blue sheets again to talk about. But I wanted, this here was Evan's attempt to give you a little bit of taste of what 2027 looks like in comparison to 2026, broken up by personnel services and operations. Unfortunately, I think you're colored here on that far right column by a bunch of negatives you see. And if you go down to what he's got in the language part, you can see how those negatives kind of go away, because he's talking about 405,000 plus 505,000 of grant dollars that shouldn't be counted, 511,000 of carry forward, and another 45,000 in carry forward. So if we take all those negatives in the language, what you end up with, the difference here is about 612,000 more in expenses in 27 versus 26. And that pretty much is the pay raise and any like longevities and that kind of thing. So I think operationally the budget is staying pretty flat, and pay increases are going up 5% because of the pay plan we're in right now. So all things look relatively normal, but next month we'll have a conversation about what per capita fee rate should be, and this $500,000 is what we probably need to be thinking about.
That was going to be my question. That it sounds to me like there's gonna be a gap that,
Yeah, that's what 27 is shaping up to be.
So then, could you repeat that again, the last part? Mr.
So, if I take all these negatives here out of these numbers, right now, he's at the bottom right column, he's showing a $470,000 decrease. But really, he's got $1,060,000 of things that shouldn't be counted in 2026. And if you clear all of that clutter, what you're really looking at is a $612,000 increase, almost exclusively in personnel services next year over this year. So that 612,000 represents about 5% of the budget. That is essentially the pay raises that we're in right now. And so next month when we talk about raising per capita fee, we want to know, well, why would we raise it? Well, expenses went up 5% from 26 to 27 is my going in argument.
so, but I think maybe the confusing part is the negative is actually a positive when you look at it. I mean, it's a higher expenses, that negative.
I mean, from an accounting standpoint, these numbers are absolutely terrific. But from a planning standpoint, they're telling the story differently than what I would want to tell.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be assuming that we spend 100% of budget, which we really haven't done in any recent year.
Right now, it looks like the preliminary vacancy savings rate for the legislature going forward is 4%. So it'd be interesting if they keep that number going forward, because our vacancy rate probably looks like 10%. Just
so that's what
but maybe this year was an anomaly.
Are they gonna do they base your vacancy rate savings on last year or on the total that's been in the program?
From a very
It's just one blanket thing, statewide.
Yeah.
So that's an advantage for us where we've had vacancy savings, right? I mean, if they said, well, you haven't been using these FTEs, so we're just gonna take them away from you, and then you have to come up with 4% more. That would be a little.
The way they do it is they'll take they'll take all your positions, the snapshot, which is the current salary for positions that are filled. For positions that were vacant at the time they took the snapshot, they take some sort of market midpoint. I think in years past, it's been 83 or 84% of market midpoint, and they apply that. And that gives you your total person services budget, and then they just reduce it by 4%. That's how they do it. They're not actually looking at the vacant positions. And when I first started, there were concerns about, if we had these positions vacant at Snapshot, the legislature is going to come in and just say, we're taking all those away. But in my time, that's not been how the legislature has viewed vacancy savings. If they determine that the standard in an agency is that 4% of positions will be vacant at any given time, and they want to suck that money back in, that's how they do it. They give you your personal services budget, and then they take 4% away, and you have to figure out how to manage that number. And we've not, because our vacancy rate has been higher than 4%, I think a lot of agencies are in the same boat. That's not been that number's not been a management issue for us in the past. It would only be an issue for us if 100% of positions were filled and no one left for the entire year. Then it would become a management issue.
It's a little hard to appreciate the relativity here, but we're a pretty lean organization. So if there's fat to be had somewhere, they're not going to find it in livestock. So, secure.
And I'd say for the board, I mean, we're not in here doing comparisons, but our spending increase compared to other executive agencies is, shall we say, smaller than not getting us in trouble. Our budget, is relatively, our ability to stay within budget is pretty good comparative to others. I'd say, if we were comparing ourselves to other state agencies, that we've been tracking well. And again, I don't get too bent out of shape about, when I look at something like this, because we might get grants in the next year. And if we do get a grant and we budget amended in, it's gonna raise that budget number, the money we expect to offset. So part of the reason why this is down is because we don't know if we'll continue to get those grants yet. And if we don't get those grants, then we won't do that work. So that should cancel itself out. And the other thing there is we're hopefully, with some of the things we did at year end with the excess authority we had, we've taken some of the air out of the balloon of what we have to ask the legislature for in terms of an increase in budget. Because some things we would have had to go to the legislature in the past and ask for a one-time only, which would have increased the budget. We went ahead and did that. And so now that takes that off of our need to ask the legislature for that moving forward, because we went ahead and purchased that. And you'll remember there was one piece of equipment that Dr. Judah brought forward that he knew was going to need to be replaced in the next 2 years. And he was asking for us to ask the legislature for that. Well, we decided, since we had excess authority, to just go ahead and do it and get it done. And so that's another reason why that budget number will be a little bit lower, because last one had all that stuff in it. I don't know what's going on back there, but
We've got a fuzzy.
okay.
I don't know, but I just looked at the back wall for the first time. That's a good looking picture.
It is. It is.
Is that out of yours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that's brought one in.
Yeah. I'll bring my black one on the mountain side.
Yeah,
Put it on that side, and we can hide that picture.
Yeah, we finally got a GSD person to come over and hang it, because we're not allowed to hang pictures ourselves. So, and they bounced it out pretty good.
Yeah,
so
looks nice.
It looks like it's always been there.
Yeah.
That's my report, sir.
Any other questions for Brian? Yes, sir.
See, so when the rest of kept the fees last year, I thought we were good for a couple of years, but I guess not. So
Inflation.
Good on chicken.
Yeah.
We'll keep increasing those.
Yeah.
I told them, don't ask Greg Rex, the one that did that one.
You were just kind of trying to cover up the sheep. So, yeah.
I would never throw it.
You gotta get the ones that are escalating.
Yeah, doesn't do much. In order to balance you on sheep, you'd have to increase it a lot. All right. Well, anybody else have any questions for Brian, or Brian, would you like to do something else?
Well, I'm half sitting here because I think I probably need to say something about livestock.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're next on the agenda also.
Yeah, and we'll be able to keep trucking, because I see that Mr. Tidwell is out there hopefully listening. So I'm sure he'll appreciate if we start him early as well.
All right. So we want to jump to
Dalen's up next on the agenda.
Yeah. So
Mr. Honeycutt, I got feedback that you need to switch your camera back to the owl. It's on.
Oh, well, that's no good. Nobody wants to look at me. Let's see. How do we get off? I'm not even picking the owls up anymore now that they changed over. So let me see something.
I've done a few already. Year ones. Yep, pretty good.
They coming in on par with what they thought they were.
Some are way heavy and some are close. I'll know more next week. It'd be down your neck of the woods next Friday.
So I don't know what happened, but when we started dreaming, we lost the owls.
See us?
Right.
Yeah.
You want me to make it?
He finally found a scale.
I think they're probably listening.
Nicole.
I didn't know if he had called me to Nicole out. I don't
Oh, every buddy. The one guy I know that has one wouldn't call me back. So
that say something.
Did you unplug the owl, unplug it back in?
Yeah, let's see if that works.
you want to take a short?
Mark it some.
Yeah, we'll see if I can fix it real quick here with this. Because it's also probably making it hard for people to hear if we don't have the owls.
Well, that's Great Falls and I meet it in Woods.
Well, this one closed.
A mile and a half.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm not even getting an option for the owl for video and audio.
Just completely.
Yeah. It's defaulting to something here, but I'm not seeing the Allen.
Unplug the owl and plug it back in.
Yeah, that's what I just did.
You don't want to find that, Jake? What? You don't want to find that for yet?
I haven't, no, not yet. I need to just finish them out and I'll buy them from the finish.
Oh, yeah, video settings.
What's this disruption in the marketing to do
There's
with the
no
red
light coming on the owl, period.
stuff?
Yeah, the owl's not even
It's
showing up.
pretty good so far.
But
it's all
turn it
work.
off and turn it back on. Or?
I think once guys start shipping, I don't know if it's as much of disruption in the market as it's gonna be the lack of feed. There's gonna be a lot of cows for sale this fall.
Well, I've already been shipping cow.
Well, there's gonna be a lot of red cows for sale.
And that's what happens now.
So what's, there's no grass or?
No, there's no hay. Hay is going high.
250, about 250, that's good.
It's not showing up.
Hey, you get south of Greg, or on the other side of the gap and Snowy's, it gets ugly.
You haven't seen ugly till you go to Gillette Wow.
Oh, God, shit, it's awful down there.
They got 2 inches of rain since the first of the year.
There we go. Now we got it. I think we might be back.
Never check your video. And it's just dirt.
Let's see. Select a speaker.
That's rough.
There's a microphone as
Oh,
well.
well,
So we
back
got
trip
both
and you go down to
video.
sleep in that country is like, whoa, and this is like the worst desert stuff I've seen.
Getting out
Yeah,
camera,
yeah.
turn video back
And there
on.
was, it
All
was
right, I think
really
we fixed
short
it.
up, we went on the south end of Bighorn, so
There we go.
we're 9,000
Yeah,
feet,
I
there's
see Alan. So
9,000 feet,
we're
but
back.
the grass,
We're back there.
there wasn't that much grass.
We have another winter like last
There's
winter.
an up there, Mike. And those lakes up in there,
I was looking
4
for
to
it.
6
There
feet
we go.
low, I mean, you see the.
All right, we're good now. Thank you, guys.
Hopefully it's
And yeah,
good.
thank you to Lily and others who made that comment.
All right. Sorry for the interruption, but I think
You're still well ahead of schedule.
All right. So I guess you say Dalen is?
Dalen is on, and I see him taking his camera off, and there he is. So he might be ready to go ahead and do his report.
You're the man.
All right, great. Good to see everybody. Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Dalen Tidwell, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services here in Montana. It's been a couple months since we've been together, and I just have a few items we can probably visit about today or get caught up. And I'll probably start with some positive news. We were able to get our some new hires. Obviously, you can understand the I guess constraints or new hiring protocols and you name it. HR has been quite and lack of staff. I guess I better make sure that's in there too of trying to get things through. But it's taking about 2 to 3 months from when we select someone to get them through to hire. And so we are pleased. We were able to get our grizzly bear seasonal specialist down the south, basically that south gravelly country, on staff, going guy out of Whitehall. In fact, that's where he is stationed. And then now, well, and then a couple of range riders as well in that processes too for the summer seasonal range riding program. But the big one I think I'm most excited about, to be honest, is our budget analyst. As I recall telling you, we had to go to a mega announcement, which basically combined PPQ and wildlife services and who knows all into one big national interview and the whole process. And they basically left us out of it and selected someone for us in the process. I just was last couple days was able to first contact a gal named Tracy O'Connor. She's got to move yet here to Montana, but she's going to get her final offer, and we've got a date set for September 20th to get her here and on staff and going. So that's going to be a huge help to keep us, from having to do 5 different jobs in 7 different ways and 10 different times. So it's going to be a great thing to have her on staff. So I'm looking forward to that. Right now, all just to move forward, our agreements are good. Department of Livestock agreements are all in place. Of course, our standard aerial operations agreement, we've had a placeholder uh, for waiting for this, I believe, this meeting to get the specific dollar amount, but we'll get that updated after today. The Livestock Loss Board agreement is in place and being processed as we speak, and also the wolf mitigation um, through the FWP donations is also in place as well. So that's good. That gives me some, breathing room to be able to start doing projections and working through the budget for the rest of this next fiscal year. So that's positive. You probably noticed in the news some discussion about the 4D rule and some adjustments are changing with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, granting that decision-making process to the state. To to avoid getting into the details, it's for us, it's going to be not much of a change for us. It's a simple decision of who we call first. Before we'd always work through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to have that discussion because it is still their authority and that they're granting us to do any removals or any work really with the grizzly bear. That first call is now going to go directly to Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and we would have that discussion and of all the circumstances and things that would lead to a decision. Obviously, in consult still with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife rules and within that limits of mortality thresholds and the sorts of things that go into every one of our conversations. Which we do that now. Honestly, all 3 of us get together and have that discussion. Um, so for us, this will not be a big change. And that again, that's assuming the approval of that change happens. I know that's still in public comment as well. So anyway, just to reassure you that will not upset our process at all, really. Speaking of grizzly bears, our EIS, draft EIS is out. Um, two, 2 years worth of our life has been in then my staff biologist amazing work getting that done in time for a court mandated deadline. It's out for public comment. I think October 5th is the final to get those back, and then we can have to turn those right around and have it to the court completed by November 2nd, I believe. So quick turnaround, but we'll get that taken care of and hopefully that'll kind of smooth out and continue our grizzly bear work as needed. So yeah, I mean, there's kind of a lot of big things. One obstacle I will share with you, and again, I think I've gave you an insight into this before, but we changed, and it's been years and years in the making, and this is what's so frustrating about it. But they went ahead and pushed forward into the new data management. Um, we used to call it MIS, Management Information System, and now it's ORS, Operations and Reporting System. But that's basically where we capture all of our work, our data, um, obviously here within the state, but then that goes into the national PDRs and be able to hold accountability and transparency, and everything that we do is working through those systems, and so it's been a challenge. And some of you know what it takes to get into a new system, but we're at a spot where it feels like they're building the airplane as we're flying. We're still being hamstrung by we can get the data into the system, but we can't get it out. The reports are a challenge, and so luckily, and I'll try not to dwell on that too much, but just wanted to make sure you know that's out there, and it's you probably hear some of our guys just frustrated as can be, even on their end of learning and getting in the new system, but which kind of leads me into I can't just push a button anymore to be able to pull quick data and everything we need for these types of meetings. And so I've been able to go back through. Luckily, we maintain multiple databases within the state here locally to take care of our own business and the things that we're responsible for. So I do have access, obviously, to the Livestock Loss Board database with the investigative reports. So I can give you numbers there. We do maintain with the stock growers our aerial use report, and based all the way down to the individual counties that we work with directly. And so I can get you all the hob numbers for the flight hours and such. So I mean, in other words, rest assured, we're still got our own way of keeping track of things. It's just trying to blend that into what this new system is going to be. And well, they said it was going to be better and fix everything, and we're on the wrong side of that right now. But so yeah, with that, just to kind of wrap up, give you some numbers. Everybody likes to kind of get a finger on the pulse of what's happening across the board. Our coyote take has been, I would say, high to standard. We're over 9,200 coyotes, and this is up through July. I'll qualify that. We're always about a month behind on the use reports coming in. And then total for the year, I'll add that up for the 930 Hobbs hours that have flown. And I will qualify that. That includes our maintenance and some of our off, not hunting hours, but even the ferry time and those sorts of things that make that total. Like I was able to pull that just with a quick spreadsheet pull. But so overall, we're on the high pace of coyote work. We're keeping up with all the calls. I'm not getting any concerned calls, so I think that's always a plus. But if anybody hears of any, please bring it forward, and we pride ourselves on just being there for everybody, right? In the moment, and so just I'd hate for somebody to be grumbling in the corner and never tell us, because if we know about it, then we have the option to respond. So. But overall, things are pretty positive on the coyote front, and your helicopters are in good shape. Maintenance is in good shape. We are about 80 hours out from installing that new engine that I've been talking about again. The $200,000 engine, we got it. We're about 80 hours, and we'll have it freshened up before the new season is our goal. So that's a positive for your helicopters. I'm trying to think of anything on that front. I can break down some investigative reports for us here. So for black bears, so far this year, we've had 28 total investigations. Grizzly bear, well, and let me just qualify that too as we go along. With the black bear, typically we're right in that, anywhere from 23 to 40 in the last 5 years, and so we're kind of on the normal and we do have, and remember, we do have the month of September still ahead of us as well. And it's been a crazy busy year for black bears everywhere, but mostly nuisance bears that we're hearing about. But this for livestock bears, 28 is pretty standard. Last year it was 23, for instance. Grizzly bears, 114. And that's the low end. We've never been lower than 112, and that was back in 2023 was our lowest year. But normally we're right around that 150 up to 180 range in the last 5 years. So this year we're sitting at about 114, and that has actually exploded in the last 2 months. it's really, I'll talk a little bit about grizzly bears for a minute. The grizzly bear activity pretty much dominated July and August for us. Of those total 114, 70 of them were just in these last 2 months. We had 51 confirmed and probable and 19 unconfirmed for roughly about $112,000 worth of damage. For grizzlies, the majority were cows and calves, but there are also sheep, goats, pigs, and bees. Our hardest hit area was in the southwest Montana with 24 confirmed investigations. It started kind of late this year everywhere. Like I say, we got the most of the majority in the last 2 months. On the east front, there was 21 confirmed in the last 2 months, and then as far out as Winifred, we had 3 confirmed grizzly bears on bees. So we've got a bear wandering around out east. Let's see. We moved a few grizzly bears, both in the southwest and on the front. Um, yeah, we've just been kind of able to work real close with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife thus far, and so far everybody's got a pretty solid relationship and supporting, the need for removal as it comes up. Now we'll move on to wolves. Total of 44 investigations, and that's like half. I mean, we're in low territory here. Normally we'll be around 80, 82, up as high as 105. Our lowest year was 58 back in that same year, 2023. We still got a month to go, but still, 44 is probably going to be one of our lowest years in a long, long time. So we'll see how the wolf numbers turn out. We only had about 7 confirmed investigations in the last 2 months. For wolves, mainly cattle and sheep, but also 1 guard dog.
Dave, I got a question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, Dylan, we're having, in part of the valley south of Livingston, we're having some pretty good issues there, and some of them aren't getting investigated quite as quick as I would like to see, but we got a pack there that's really starting to do some damage. And I know there's been a couple of confirmed ones. 3 cows that I know of, 1 yearling, and a couple calves. And the one they were trying to investigate, they couldn't decide, and they finally figured it was a grizzly bear, did that one. So this one particular rancher is having a really good time. So
Yes, I'm familiar with, I believe, all of those scenarios there. As of just within the last week or two is where that kind of popped up. Uh, the the response time, what I got to the bottom of that is what when our guy was on leave, and then I guess there wasn't a way to get to the second number, and so they had to kind of go around the horn to come up with the second number of the supervisor. And then as soon as the supervisor found out about it, we were able to get someone there immediately, both himself and the specialist from out over here in Billings. Spent some time. I believe they've taken 1 wolf already by helicopter out of that situation. He was a lone wolf. We were not sure where the pack is sitting right now. They were hoping to get some callers in, but we were fighting too many bears, setting off traps or being in the area, and so we weren't comfortable continuing trying to get callers out on the ground. But yeah, they're still in the works. In fact, as we speak, they're trying to catch up with where that pack is moving and keeping up with them.
Is there a caller? Is there a caller? There's not a caller in that pack.
So what's the plan with these wolves and with that pack?
There currently is not a caller in that pack, no, and that was kind of our goal, but again, it makes a little bit of a challenge in the middle of the summer to be able to catch them on the ground. Right now, I think the response is just to go directly to the next fresh investigation and work off of that and work with the evidence and where they are and and how hopefully they're in a close proximity where we can catch up with them.
Well, the one loss was, I mean, they were really frustrated because they, couldn't get anybody there for 3 days, and it's pretty hard to keep a carcass covered and stuff for 3 days, so then they're getting no compensation out of that one, so that's pretty frustrating for them, and so.
I'll
That's,
I'll double check on that specifics if they were able to go with a probable based on the other damage that occurred, to
well,
confirm.
that's kind of what I was hoping, because
Yeah.
as soon as that, then all of a sudden they get more, and they're within 10 miles.
Yep. Yeah, that's usually a common scenario is there's a couple unknowns for a moment because they're too old or they didn't get turned in time. And then we do have a confirmed, I mean, in the exact area. And then it kind of puts the pieces together. We can say, oh, yes, that would make sense. We're, within the right timing and that there are others close by who have similar feeding patterns, but we couldn't prove that, who killed it in the moment goes to probable when we do have those confirmations show up. Yeah, I mean, obviously within the reasonable time limit in the exact area. So I will ask about that one specifically if the one that you say was 3 days behind, whether it was considered or not. I can't say today. I guess I could ask a couple
Right.
and come back, but
Well, and they were trying to say, well, there could have been the bears. Well, I'm going, well, they get covered by everything. It's like, I'm pretty sure the bears were eating on it.
true, and that's where it gets complicated.
It all comes out of the same pot.
It all comes out of the same pot.
I had a question.
Yes.
So with the case that Ellen described here, and with being 3 days late to inspect the carcasses, if you took a picture when it happened, can you use the picture as evidence, or you have to see the carcass as evidence?
So we do not like pictures. That I'll just say that up front. There's a lot that can be either manipulated there and or the depth perception. It's very, very difficult to ever get it confirmed off of a picture. So our general word is no. We want our guys on the ground, do the investigation. We're not just going to sit and look at pictures and guess. Because there's so much more to the investigation. There's hair on the fence, there's tracks, there's, scat, different things that you can never get out of a picture. But with that said, if we are able to, and it has to come up first, either the district supervisor or myself have to look at it and approve it and say, yeah, we're willing to use that as evidence. We will never go past probable with that. We've just kind of drawn the line. We can't confirm it with a picture, but if it's all there and it's, or if we're able to get there a little bit later, after the fact, and then compare what the picture was to what it is today, kind of do that full investigation. We would be able to do a probable is where we've drawn the line with pictures. We don't encourage it, but it is something that we're willing to consider if it comes to that. Okay, great. I'll just kind of wrap up with what I see. I've got the black bears, grizzlies, and mountain lion. We are sitting at 21 for the year so far of total investigations, and we're right in the ballpark of between 27 and 53. I think was kind of our high, so a little bit low, the low end on mountain lion as well this year. Let's see. I think, barring other specific questions, I'll just give you some reassurance that, right as when we get our budget analyst on board, we will be fully staffed across the needs of the program, getting on the ground, taking care of business. I think you can feel positive with your status of your helicopters. Everything's in good shape. I think a real positive review overall, and we're going to wrap up the federal fiscal year here in September, and I can, of course, offer probably later in October some wrap up numbers, the final numbers after we crunch everything down and get the fiscal year wrapped up. But yeah, we're in good shape, and I appreciate your time.
Other questions for Dalen?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dalen.
Very welcome. Yes.
Now, Mr. Brian, you wanna?
Yeah, we'll
What
close around
happened?
here.
in the end of it?
Leslie provided the report, Mr. Chair, on tab 3, my blue tab. Since the last meeting, she's reporting 104 depredation losses since we met last, and then also advertising that we're open now. November 4th is the closeout date for our next round of grant dollars. That I think that she's saying 350,000 available. It's probably closer to 400,000, but it's about the same as what we did this last year. So hopefully that trend can continue. Just the pages that follow that are her statistics. Some of these you can get on the website. Other ones are kind of just for here. But you can see on the first one, it breaks it out by species and then county. So you can see there she's reporting for this year 87 total. That is broken out graphically on the next page for the whole state, all depredation, 87. And then the next page after that, you kind of get it by species. So to give you an idea of where those are happening in the state. I like the last page, one table at the top and a graph at the bottom, just because I kind of want to see where we are relative to last year or other years. And you can see if you were to look at April, May, and June of 2025 and April, May, and June of 2026, those are exactly the same 80 total count losses. So we're right on par with what we were doing this time last year. And you can kind of see we're looking at the 4-year average on the bottom one. You can see that little 87 above June sitting right there comfortably. If you just don't look at 2021 as the outlier, then this year's shaping up to be normal for us, for Livestock Loss Board. That's the Livestock Loss Board report, Mr. Chair.
What I had one of these asked me if they could get reimbursed for having move cows and rent pasture. But yet, he lost those 3 head up there. You just can't keep them in that same spot.
Doesn't sound like it.
That's what we run into, trying to keep cattle up there on that front, and we have yet to have a confirmed kill, but we have extreme loss. And every time you go up there, they see bears. You don't see the wolves, they're there too, but it's just, but on the one loss that we've been paid for and all the time had them is they were there investigating while the carcass was still warm. So that's the other side of the investigation. We were very fortunate
right there
to have that response, and I can see where, especially ours was one calf, when you have 2 or 3 animals and you can't get a hold of anybody. I mean, there's a lot of dollars laying there.
Well, these are three cows.
That's why I asked Mr. Tedwell about pictures. I mean, that's the difference of producers getting paid $10,000 or nothing.
Well, I think most people take pictures, and I guess my recommendation is take the pictures. If they don't use them, you haven't lost anything.
No. Do they pay them probables?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've never filed a claim, so, okay.
Bring some up. Yeah,
Hmm?
Bring some cattle. I think they like the red ones better than the black.
Like the white one's the best.
You just see, you look at where the grizzly payments are, Monterey and Glacier County.
You know what he just said Southwest Montana is where all the
They're
good ones
most
are.
active right now.
Yeah.
But if you look at the,
Oh, yeah.
Jake, you just need to tell him you'll trade him 1 bear for 1,000 elk. See if Jim will take the trade.
There you go. And those elk are gonna had brucellosis. So you think you got it so bad, run them all through and bleed them every year.
I'd do that. I take a one bear for 1,000 now.
We don't have just one bear.
So how was that, I know a bear is pretty powerful, but how was he able to take down a cow by himself? I mean.
Oh, they're what they're
With
doing.
ease.
It's easy. They're hamstringing them and they're
Hamstring
down.
them, I guess, huh?
Yeah. Tear the udders right off them. That's the first thing to do.
Yeah.
You want to go to milk and get that done before lunch?
Well, we were gonna go to the lab and animal
Oh,
health.
you
We were gonna try to keep the milk conversation on the same time frame, but Dr. Shemansky recognized that she and Dr. Judah could probably get done by lunch
Okay.
if we wanted to move them up, and then take our lunch break and then do the milk conversation at 1, just in case any other people are gonna join us online or in person or listening to it. So since there had been more.
So we're
public interest in
gonna
that.
jump, which, are we gonna go to
Mr.
the lab?
Mr. Chair, I believe that Dr. Judah
Dr.
is
Judah
on.
is on.
Okay,
And
so.
so we might do the lab
Lab.
first so that if he needs to get onto something else, he can,
No, that's
can
good.
do so.
So,
He can hold it.
No, I just have a lot.
he's got all the money that he needs, I'm sure.
There he
So-
is. Let's see him. We pin him so we can see him.
I
There
just
he
have
is.
way too much.
Dr. Judah, Mr. Cat. Is that a black cat or a yellow cat?
Yeah.
Well, that would be the
Okay.
power. Oh, I was gonna say that's the only team in the state that's won national championship recently. So
Their own cat.
Green power, recently. I noticed we added recently. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super casual today. We've been quite busy. For the record, Mr. Chair of the Board, my name is Greg Judah, Director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Lab in Bozeman. Hope everyone's doing well. It's good to see you all again. And I guess you guys are anxious to get an update on the move. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I was in Bozeman yesterday and I thought about coming over, but I was afraid I'd get put to work instead of getting a tour, so I didn't.
Yeah, you would have been unboxing with Connie and some other staff. So yeah, it's been a very busy week. We got going at first thing in the morning on Monday. We hired a moving crew for Monday and Tuesday that were here basically 8 to 5. Did an incredible job. They were locally based. 2 different crews, and each of them was equally good. So they moved basically all the equipment from every lab section was moved by the end of the day on Tuesday. The serology, molecular microbiology equipment was qualified, all of it qualified by the end of the day Tuesday. IT was here on Tuesday and Wednesday to provide support to help set up people's computers and workstations all throughout the lab, as well as we now have TV monitors mounted in every lab section that kind of has a broadcast screen, is what we call it, which interfaces with our laboratory information management system, and it shows all the cases as they come in. So as the case is accessioned within the system, it pops up on their screen, automatically tells the lab technicians that, hey, you got this coming in. So if there's a rabies submission or something like that, it'll pop up and the technicians know, hey, we got samples logged in, let's go get it. For example, somebody showed up with a horse head last night after we closed the doors and got that into the door and into the cooler. And I'm sure they saw that first thing in the morning. Of course, I texted the virology technician to let him know I had a horse head for him, which was pretty funny. But I told him he can call me Godfather. We had rabies testing. The virology section was doing rabies testing on Tuesday in the new lab, which is incredible that they were able to get set up and doing that. The remaining pieces, we still have to move receiving, which there's a lot of supplies associated with that. But really the holdup there is it's dependent on the phone line being ported or transferred from MSU over to the new lab. So we've had a lot of email dialogue. We've got a ticket open with MSU telephone services, and hopefully we'll hear something soon on that in terms of, I think somebody just has to authorize it on the MSU side. So we'll escalate it until the somebody feels comfortable making that executive decision and gives the authorization. But after that authorization is given, SITSD is waiting and ready to work with MSU's telephone people to make it happen. Today we have another moving crew, a separate entity that's helping transport the last. We have a lot of file boxes, and interestingly, we have an entire archive of probably over 30 years of pathology slides and cassettes that are all individually boxed and quite heavy. I don't really know why we have those because we're not actively doing research, but maybe somebody could provide some clarity for me. But it's interesting that we do have that type of an archive of pathology. We have a dedicated room of storage for it in the new facility. So they're busy working on that today. The team's pretty tired, I think, but they've been in great spirits. In addition to the move, we've had, I guess, 2 individuals, one new hire. So he started Monday and was thrown right into the fray and has been very helpful and just learning on the fly. And then we had Regan Stark, who works in the front office, started in the milk lab on Monday. So that was a internal hire, and we're excited to have her working in the lab now. So once we get this move wrapped up, it's going to be back to trying to recruit and onboard some positions. We've got a few personnel holes to fill, 2 in receiving, 1 in ClinPath, and 1 pathologist. So that'll be the most challenging, but I think it's been a pretty successful move so far. We still got a ways to go and a lot of work to do in the background at the same time. I know that Brian and Tawny Mike probably have seen a lot of purchasing requests and contract talks with contractors for things like fire alarm monitoring, custodial services. A lot of that stuff still has to be set up, but we do have providers ready to go. It's just a matter of working through the process with state purchasing. So that's where we stand. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So when do you expect to be back as close to fully functional as you were prior to the move, I guess?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, members of the board, I think it's a great question, and probably I'd say after receiving is fully moved and settled in, and we're receiving samples there. There's also, we've had to do a lot of work to with the U.S. Postal Service to get our address even established within their system. So we've worked through that. We've got, the building is now going to be divided into, I guess, suites. So 3 of them, A, B, and C, for the MVDL, the Ag Analytical, and the Wool Lab. So we've accomplished that. Once we get the phone line sorted out, we'll pull the trigger on the U.S. Postal Service, flipping their delivery over to the new facility. And then once we start receiving there, I would say by that time, which we expect to be next week, all the lab sections should be fully functional at that point. We've also had each lab section put together kind of a moving plan for how they were going to move their instruments and qualify them. And they've been working diligently with Haley and her sections, Steve and his sections, and then Casey, who's our QA manager. He's putting together a move kind of master validation, if you will. That'll be all in one place. So if an auditor comes in and they want to see records related to the move and whether we did the proper qualifications for each lab section's instrumentation, it's all in one place with a bow on it. And it should be fairly solid from a regulatory scrutiny standpoint or an auditor, from an auditor's perspective. So that's a big piece of this. But I think for the most part, there's still a lot of stuff in boxes. But the lab sections are settling in and the workspaces are functional right now. I think most people are doing testing because essentially there's no one in Marsh Lab at the moment other than receiving. Everybody else is next door working. So just to give you an indication of kind of where we're at. We still have a lot of cleaning to do here, a lot of furniture to either surplus or take to the dump, that type of thing. So we'll be working through that in the coming weeks. Still got a lot to do in order to get this building to a point that MSU is satisfied with. Although I think there's probably going to be some leniency on their part because Tani informed me that she and Mike went to a meeting recently where the top 6 projects on MSU's development list were presented, and the demolition of Marsh Lab was one of the top 6. So I don't think they're going to care if we, clean every piece of dust out of the lab spaces, but we'll do the best we can to leave it.
What happens?
Yeah, they'll be asking for money during this legislative session for the demolition of Marsh Lab. That's on their capital list for the legislature. So its days are numbered.
And I suppose there's asbestos tile or something in it, huh?
Well, I guess if you just tear the whole thing down, you don't have to worry about asbestos remediation unless there's something in the
I
soil.
think there still is some as far as dust control.
Yeah, that's just normal demolition.
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Dr. Duda, I see you haven't given up your junk room yet, and for your nice new office. And I have a question: are you going to take that wood paneling and put it up in your new office just so you can have
I
some?
thought about it.
And the screen is on.
Yeah, the screen. Yeah.
Keep in mind that all the hallways, or at least the one outside my office, is lined in wood paneling. So if anybody needs some extra, I can probably cut a deal with MSU.
So one of the things, if I could have you address beyond the lab move, since we have you on, and I know you were not on when we were discussing it, but we were talking about Wilcox, and there's some homework that we have to do and some documents we have to put together. But could you walk us through what conversations you've had with Wilcox about onboarding or potential onboarding of testing that our Montana poultry producers would like to see us do, and that and what the conversation with Wilcox has been? Just so you know, I don't think you're on, but Mr. Kleinsoffer told us that we may be too late, at least for this year, because maybe they've already signed a contract with Waddle to continue doing that testing with them for at least the next year. But I know you've been having conversation with Wilcox about that and timing, and just catch us up from direct from the horse's mouth, I guess, of what conversations you've been having with them.
Yeah, sure. So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, there's a couple different testing requirements that Wilcox has. One of them would be just Salmonella enteritidis, which is a molecular diagnostic test. We are fully set up to do that. It's not a problem. We've got the bandwidth to do it. We got the technicians. We got the supplies, everything. And that's primarily egg testing. Now, aside from that, my understanding is that Wilcox is looking to become kind of NPIP certified, and part of that program, that's the National Poultry Improvement Program. Part of that requires Salmonella pylori testing, which is a different test, and it's a very involved diagnostic test. And what that requires is sampling of a certain number of chickens within the barn to demonstrate that you are pylori free. And those chickens all need to be necropsied and then various tissues cultured for a period of, it's 2 to 4 weeks, something like that. So it's a very it's a time intensive test from the perspective of pathology time because of the necropsy of the chickens, and then it is very time consuming and resource consuming for the microbiology lab. Now we have the ability to do it. However, being short staffed at the moment with our pathology position being open, and only one pathologist on staff who's also, wearing the hat of part-time IT and building manager, it's just not really a possibility. So we've spoken with Wilcox and told them the situation. They're understanding. The conversations have been very productive. They understand. Yes, we're definitely willing to do it, but we are not willing to take it on until we have the human resources in order to provide the service that they need. So that's kind of the situation we're in right now. The last conversation we had with Wilcox, we basically said, yeah, we'd love to get your business back, but we need to hire this pathologist position before we can commit to it and get that person fully trained. So that's kind of where we stand at the moment. The testing itself, it kind of comes in waves because my understanding is they want to do sampling in multiple colonies all at once. So you'll receive a wave of birds, necropsies, kind of over the course of a week, and then it'll be another 5 weeks before you see that again. So it's very, I guess, not seasonal, but dependent on timing. So with that said, that's kind of where we stand. The other component of this is, at least according my last conversation with Dr. Smith, is that the Waddell satellite lab is the one doing this testing. They are offering that at a fraction of the cost of what we offer it at in terms of the necropsy and the culture. And the way Steve put it was, even if you were to ship FedEx overnight with birds, in a cooler, it's still cheaper to do it at Waddell. So there's an economic component to it as well, outside of just our ability to provide that service in a reliable manner. So that's just something to keep in mind. I don't know what flexibility we might have in terms of adjusting our fee if we want to compete for that business. And I have not had that conversation with Wilcox in terms of, your pricing needs to decrease or the like. I think they would be, from the sound of it, they would be willing to send, their testing needs to the MVDL. But the first step, obviously, is for us to have our operations, up and going and full staffing, in order to provide those services.
Matthew.
Can I just provide some clarifying comments to the NPIP testing? When they certify a flock within the NPIP program, the pylori testing only has to happen one time. So it's once that flock is certified, no additional pylori testing happens. There's actually a bird side test that happens before anything is submitted to the diagnostic lab. If you have a non-negative on that bird side test, that's when birds have to go to the lab for the process that Greg described. Because of the vaccination protocol that they use, their birds tend to be reactive to that bird side test. So it seems like every time they do pylori testing, we are getting birds that have to go to the lab. But it should just be one time per flock that has to happen in the lifetime of that flock.
So what's the definition of a flock in the lifetime of a flock? Because chicken population turns fairly rapidly, I
Yep,
understand.
so, once you are certified, the certification is for the birds as well as the property. And once you are certified, it's as long as everything that comes in comes from another NPIP certified or equivalent flock, then they bring their status forward, and so nothing changes. So it's easy to maintain that.
Okay. William, you have
So, this for Dr. Szymanski so basically for the general public, the NPIP program is like what the SHIP program is to chickens, what the SHIP program is to pork producers.
Correct.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And I have a question for Dr. Gregory Judah. So on that one test that you said you have to do, necropsies, what's the volume of those? How many of those have you had to do, or is it consistent, or is just certain if a case breaks out or something?
So if I heard the question correctly, how many birds we would receive per flock? Is that the question?
Well, you don't do a necropsy of every flock of those, just if there's an issue. Is that correct?
We would just receive a sampling of birds from each flock, and I think I could be wrong about this, but I believe the number was 4 chickens per flock, submitted per colony. So, I could be wrong about that. I'd probably need to clarify with Dr. Smith.
4 is correct. We believe that there have been 9 of them that have resulted in the 4 birds going to the lab, roughly 9.
9 colonies, 9 flocks.
9 flocks.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I think the critical, the discussion came up, the profitability, and you addressed that, and it sounds like that could be an issue for your lab taking on that testing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not profitable. We're running in the red every time we do it. That said, I mean, it is livestock, so there is going to be some subsidies to support the industry. So we understand that. We don't have to break even if we're doing livestock testing. We're doing deer testing. It's a different story. So we kind of look at it through that lens.
Yes.
I had a question, Dr. Gregory Judah. So for the other testing, the E. coli and the regular salmonella, how are you? It happens pretty regularly, and you're pretty fast at it. What the pricing of that? Where you stand with that cost?
Mr. Kleinsaucer, members of the board, I would need to look into that in more detail in order to give you a definitive answer. I'm not quite sure on E. coli culturing or the salmonella PCR. In all likelihood, the salmonella PCR is in the red as well, would be my general guess, having looked at molecular diagnostics from a broad standpoint in terms of the cost of the reagents and what we're spending versus what we're bringing in on an annual basis. Because most of those tests, excuse me, the kits are similar in price and the test fees are similar in price. So if you're talking about it in generalities, I'd say we're losing money on molecular, which we don't have a problem with because it's usually high consequence animal disease or livestock testing.
Oh, I was just going to say to your question earlier about volume of eggs through the Wilcox plant. It varies, but 720 to 750,000 dozen eggs per week go through the plant.
Mr. Chair, I was going to say to the point Greg's saying, just so everybody I think understands that, but there's basically to use an old analogy, the 3-legged milk stool that makes up the funding for the lab. And so when you hear Dr. Judah say he doesn't mind losing money, what he's saying is that we have fees, we have per capita fee, and we have general fund all in the mix of the lab. And our argument is generally that the purpose of the general fund is to pay for those things or to subsidize those things. We still charge fees for those tests, but we may not charge full cost for them. But how we make up that gap, the general fund pays for it because it has a public health impact. So that would be things like brucellosis, rabies. General fund can sort of subsidize that. For things that in this case would be industry needed, that's where per capita fee is what makes up that difference, right? So you pay your fee, but you may not be paid full cost. But how we make up for that is that's why there's per capita fee going in the lab that all livestock producers pay, because it's for the benefit of the entire industry. And then as Dr. Judah said, for the things we might do like CWD testing that are totally outside of the livestock world, those are things that we desire to be paid for fully by the fees that are paid to the lab, or better yet, that those would be test centers that might actually be profitable to the lab, that we actually are able to charge and recoup more fees than what we have in expense because they're not livestock related. So that's kind of how we figure that out. So when he talks about that, basically the subsidy is either going to be, if it's zoonotic, the subsidy is going to come out of the general fund component that we get for the lab. If it's in this case with this, where it's for the industry and for certification or some benefit to the industry, that's where per capita fee comes in the mix to make up that difference between what we can charge and what the actual cost is. Hopefully we haven't talked about that in a while. If that's repetitive, I apologize, but just so the board understands, because Dr. Judah just said he didn't like making money, and I don't know, I wanted to let that comment.
He likes to spend it.
Thank you for that, Mike.
I'm glad you clarified that, Mike. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's why you may wonder sometimes. And again, when we charge for a test, like brucellosis testing, we are not charging for brucellosis testing what it costs us to do brucellosis testing, but there's general fund that we receive that goes into making up that cost differential.
That's great.
I had just some clarification, not being localized colonies that have chicken houses. Are they just one huge, or do they have several barns?
So, if I explained this right, when you say a flock, like one barn can have two flocks, or is that correct, Dr. Shemansky?
One flock can have multiple barns. One flock can have multiple barns.
Yeah, and one barn can have multiple flocks, right?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, so if we look at an average chicken barn, it's divided down the middle, and you have flock A on this side, you have flock B on this side, and they're totally sealed off from each other. There is no correlation, no going back and forth. And they're both, one can be at 70 weeks, one can be at 30 weeks. You kind of stagger them, so they're not both out of production at the same time when you put in new birds.
So you've got the new free range, cage free. Do some of them have caged ones and those?
No, the new ones, excuse me, they're designed, they're not as big as the older ones were, so they're all one big flock.
Okay. And what is the average lifespan of a laying hen?
You rotate them once a year.
And they do a whole barn CO2 or foam or whatever.
That's the fastest, most humane way to get it done.
And they compost those.
Yes.
Skinny chicken. So, do you have anything else you'd like to share with us, Dr. Judah?
Not that I can think of at the moment. I just appreciate you guys' support and definitely, we're excited. We're excited to get into this building and put it to use and, show it off. So.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to do some math in my head, and I'm not sure I understand this flock, barn, flock situation. how many dollars worth of testing are we missing out on by not necropsing these birds and sending them in? Because if they only have to do it once, if they're buying them from MPIP plants, is it worth? I mean, Graham, we probably need another pathologist anyway, but it's probably not worth hiring one just for that. It just doesn't seem like the math there works to worry about this testing as much as we've talked about it. But maybe I'm wrong.
Mr. Fettis, I completely agree. I mean, it's not worth getting an additional pathologist and what you would have to pay them. Your test fee revenue isn't even going to sniff what they make for this whole program.
Yeah, but I wanted to say, like, so you're probably sitting here thinking, you're thinking about it from our perspective, but why does it make sense for Waddle to do it, right? So why could they do it and we couldn't do it? And also, and Greg, you weren't on earlier when I was talking about sort of the differences between being a university vet school associated diagnostic lab versus being an agency independent diagnostic lab like we run. When Waddle says that they may bring on an additional pathologist to do this testing, most likely it's probably some sort of postdoctoral fellow who was only going to be there for a short period of time while they're finishing up their getting their credentials right from the vet school, and then they'll move on. Just like we hired Dr. Masterson, who we just hired, came out of Washington State. She was finishing up her postdoctoral, post-DBM studies there to become a board certified veterinary microbiologist. That's where we got her from. But she wasn't going to be there forever. She was just there. And sometimes when they're bringing on those students who they're going to have as research associates, they'll something like this is probably going to be a big influx of work at one time. It makes sense. It gives that person something to do while they're finishing that program. And then the idea is they will move on from Waddle and go work at another veterinary diagnostic lab if Waddle doesn't have a full-time position available for them. But that's exactly where we got Dr. Masterson from, not on the pathology side, but on the microbiologist side, because that's what she was doing at Waddle before she come to Bozeman.
Well, I guess what I understand that, the research component and all of that, and we don't have that at a state lab. I guess I'm just wondering if it is even worth considering doing these tests if it's not 500 of them a month. If it's a very small number, then do we consider it, or do you just tell the colonies we're not going to do that test, send it to Waddle?
Well, I think from what Dr. Judah said, I'll just speak from the business side of it. If it's cheaper for them to do it at Waddle, I mean, I'm a believer in free markets. I think that's what they're going to do, regardless of what we try to do. I guess the question would be is if we wanted to get through the MPIP certification program, and if there was, and I think what Dr. Judah was putting forward is, if that were a condition that we had to equalize cost, would we be willing to subsidize that to get people through MPIP certification? Because we do have the capability to do it, but we'd have to recognize that once everybody becomes MPIP certified, we may never have to do it a whole lot again after that, right? It may be limited.
So I had a question for Dr. Gregory Judah. So if you hire another pathologist, like you explained earlier, and you said it won't even scratch the service to pay for what he's doing, that's not the only thing though that pathologist would be doing. Is that correct?
That is correct. They would have a wide variety of caseload that would go well beyond just doing pylorium testing or necropsies on chickens.
And we currently have 2 pathologist positions in the lab. Dr. Smith is holding one of those along with some other responsibilities. And so the reality is we're half staffed on pathology right now until we get a successful person to take this position that we just opened not long ago or reopened. And so we're at half capacity. We have a need for a minimum of 2 pathologists standard, right? So that's so these people will, even when we hire new pathologists, this would have been a small fraction probably of work. There's lots of other work that needs to be done. Now the question being is whether we need it, a third pathologist or whatever. That would be a different conversation. And Dr. Szymanski's shaking her head that yes, we do need a third pathologist, and maybe we'll be here one day asking for that. But right now, we're just trying to get back to 2. We're just trying to get ourselves back to 2.
We've been trying to hire for a while.
Well, that's what workload is gonna definitely drive whether or not you're looking for additional work. If you got more workload than you have people to handle today, you're not gonna be out soliciting more work for that department. So, all right, is there anything else that would like to ask Dr. Judah while we have him? I'm glad to hear that you were able to complete the move and get testing going at the same time. That, especially on a rabies situation, I think that's at this time of year. It seems like every report I see from Dr. Szymanski that we have rabies suspected or possible rabies, and that for the people involved, that's critical. They want to know, and so
Dr. Judah and his crew have done a tremendous job in getting rabies and brucellosis testing back up online as quickly as they did. And there was a high amount of coordination with public health as far as communication to let them know that we would only be missing hopefully Monday for rabies testing. So like it was well covered.
kudos, Dr. Judah. And Dr. Szymanski for
that was all
whoever deserves the credit, extending it. So, yes.
I just want to thank you for clarifying all this.
Yeah, I think that question
Yeah.
brought out some good clarification for everybody. So I think that was
better
well worth the time, I think. Way better to have it out aired and everybody on the same page than everyone wondered. With that, thank you, Dr. Judah.
Thank you all.
Next time I'm in Bozeman and I have a minute, I'm going to stop by, but I didn't want to work.
Love to have you.
All right. See ya.
Okay. Take care.
Thank you. All right. And we're
Gonna do animal health really quick before lunch.
Yes.
might as well, yeah. I don't think you're gonna get any
You got
complaints
18,
from the
you got 17 minutes.
But you're not on the clock.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Emily Kalzik, Animal Health Bureau. I have 2 out-of-state travel requests for you today, and then I'll hand the rest over to
Okay, on tab 4, I assume that's where we're at.
Dr. Szymanski. Yeah.
Donna confuses you about putting a tab 5 in here and then there's nothing behind it. I think that's the last one. Yeah.
The first request is for Dr. Peterson and myself to travel to Minnesota coming up in just a couple of weeks for the annual SHIP meeting. The travel would be covered by our cooperative agreement specifically for SHIP. Dr. Peterson attended last year, and so this year both of us would be going along with Mr. Kleinsasser and 2 additional representatives that are nominated by Montana Pork Producers Council. Questions on travel for SHIP?
Well, it must be further back in the thing. All right, well, I'd entertain a motion to accept the request. I accept that one.
Second.
We have a motion by Alan, a second by Jake to accept the request for out-of-state travel. And just for a clarification, the money will come from
the Swine Health Improvement Program cooperative agreement that we have with USDA.
So there is money available and it won't impact the budget. Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Let's see. An aye sign.
You got it, yeah, give you a thumbs up.
Yeah. So, all right.
Right. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the second request is for 3 veterinarians to travel to the USHA, U.S. Animal Health Association annual meeting this year. It's in October in Madison, Wisconsin. It would be Dr. Szymanski, myself, and Dr. Martin going this year. This one would involve flying to Madison. Last year we were able to drive to Denver, and so travel would be staggered. Dr. Szymanski will attend the full meeting, and then Dr. Martin and I would be there for a shorter period of time to cover the days that there are multiple meetings that happen concurrently. And so the funding is a combination, one attendee, 2 attendees off of different sections of cooperative agreement funding, and then 1 off of DSA and general fund.
All right. Entertain a motion to accept that request.
So moved.
Okay,
I'll second it.
all right. That was Greg. All right, I have a motion by Greg, a second by William to accept the request for out-of-state travel to Madison for 3 veterinarians. So I guess discussion, and I would have a question now. You know, this has come up before, but we have coverage for.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Peterson would be here in the state the whole time this year, as well as our USDA counterparts are available, assuming that there should be no shutdown this year over the same time period, given where USDA is in their budget cycle. So they should remain available.
And you're staggering, you and Dr. Martin are staggering, you're not both gone over the exact same period. There is a period where all 3 of you are gone, but Dr. Peterson's here for that period.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of granting the request for out-of-state travels, signify by saying aye.
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 There gets Beard and Lilies, but opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Yeah, I think you want me to handle the next one, Dr.
Yeah.
Szymanski? Okay, so this is an unusual one. Normally we come to you and say these are things we do all the time. This is something, to my knowledge, we've never done, but it came up here in the last couple of weeks. The Tri-National Accords are a meeting that is held between the partners of, depending on what country you're from, NAFTA, USMCA, CUSMA, whatever you want to call it, but our trade agreement between Canada, US, and Mexico. Typically, the Department of Agriculture attends this meeting, so you'll have provincial officials, state officials from Mexico, as well as all the federal counterparts involved with agriculture that are at this meeting to work out and talk through any issues, challenges between the 3 nations. Again, this normally falls within the Department of Ag's bailiwick, but this year there's no one from the Department of Ag who's available to go. And since a lot of the ag agenda is about animal health, given what's going on between the U.S. and Canada, screwworm, they said, well, maybe Department of Ag should go. And we were going to try to send Dr. Szymanski, but
Dr. Department of Livestock should go now. You said,
yeah.
You said Department of Ag.
Oh yeah, Department. Yeah, they thought Department of Livestock would be the appropriate person to take their place. We were going to try to send Dr. Szymanski, but the tabletop is that week, so I get the short straw of driving up to Calgary for this meeting if it's approved. You can see the costs are, I estimate them just under $2,000. Hardest part of doing this travel request was doing the Canadian to American conversion because everything on the registration site's in Canadian. But it would be driving up to Calgary, so the cost of a state vehicle rental from Motor Pool to go up there, hotel room and registration for those days. And
it comes out of?
I don't know. I mean, I think it'd probably just have to come out of the per capita fee. We were hopeful that maybe typically when Department of Ag goes, the National Association of State Directors of Agriculture, their professional organization, pay for their people to go. We tried to make a case that if no one from Department of Ag is going, they should pay for us to go. But they said that only extends to the members of their organization. So it would be on us. But we did put it forward thinking that is a valuable conversation for the state of Montana to be represented in. And if we don't go, then Montana will not be represented in that conversation over those couple of days by anyone. And so that's where we thought it was worth putting in front of the board to see if you would approve it. But it is an out of the ordinary request and not one I expect to make again.
When is it?
It's the last week of September.
One of the big things that will be discussed is the use of regionalization. So USDA has already been working on some trade agreements where other countries will accept if we get a detection in one of the U.S. territories of African swine fever, that the U.S. mainland eventually will be recognized as distinct from that, and that will help our pork exports. There's some additional conversations of what if we have a detection of African swine fever on the U.S. mainland? Are there ways that we can carve out portions of the country to continue to move products similar to what was done with the NPIP program and avian influenza? And so there's going to be some updates on the regionalization efforts there that, from my perspective, are going to be the best thing to hear.
Yeah, and looking at the agenda basically breaks out. There's time for national and regional partners within nations to meet together. Then there's times where the Canadian and U.S. get together and have meetings together. And then times where U.S. and Mexico get together and meet, and Canada and Mexico. That's how the agenda is brought to work on the various issues that exist between the countries. And of course, state officials, their role there is just like that, trying to. And also, as we know, we do a lot of export of feeder cattle to Canada, so we're very interested in what Canada is doing, and we're very interested in regionalization, and very interested in if there's something that happens in the cattle industry in Florida, we would like to continue shipping feeder cattle to Alberta. If there's any way to make those types of things happen, that's the types of conversation we'd be engaged in.
Given the amount of cattle trade we do with Canada, I will make a motion to approve this.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right, I have a motion by Jake, second by William, to accept the request for travel to what's it called, Tri-National Accord. Any other discussion? All hearing none, all in favor of the motion as presented, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, opposed, same sign. Motion passed. All right. So it's noon.
Oh, let's go ahead and do RFID tag.
All right.
You don't have to do it in 5 minutes, but I know Eric's probably interested in that. Just in case Eric has to jump off, let's have the RFID tag.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I can do it pretty quickly, board. So
maybe you can step up just so that make sure that everybody can hear.
They can always hear me.
Yeah.
So we are currently in federal fiscal year 26. USDA is just getting started on distributing federal fiscal year 26 tags. They have roughly 9 million total tags for this fiscal year compared to 9 from last year. So if the formula for distribution of tags stays the same, all states should go up in allocation. Last year we got about 250,000. We should get a little bit north of that this year. USDA is looking at revamping how states are allocated tags because we don't believe that it is truly how tags are used on the landscape. So their current approach is, besides being delayed in the year on tag distribution, they've only done about half of the available tags. So about 5.5 million tags are being made available to states. For Montana, at this point in time, that means that we have received a shipment of 10,000 tags early on. We should be receiving an additional 135,000 tags out of our fiscal year 26 allocation. And then there were some leftover tags from last year that were distributed amongst the brucellosis vaccination states that will put another 45,000 into Montana, I would say by the end of September. That's well under what we need for our cattle herd here in Montana to get everybody bangs vaccinated. USDA, we're working on a survey to states. I think we've got enough responses now to say, let's not wait on the second half. Let's just go with them now. And so hopefully the remainder of our allocation for this year will come to Montana in short order. And then in fiscal year 27, that will start on October 1, whatever new process is determined by USDA to allocate tags, it would apply to those fiscal year 27 tags. Based upon the conversations, Montana stands to further benefit from that discussion, where they will do some additional allocation for states that have a high historical use, which is overwhelmingly the brucellosis vaccination states, but there's some other states that come into play in that conversation as well.
So what's the availability? So are there tags available for veterinarians to use?
We have received about 55,000 tags into Montana to date so far. I believe that Brita has shipped all of those out to veterinarians. We have requested the additional 135,000. I think we got notification that they have shipped. They should be here in the not too distant future, and the animal health group will turn those around and get them shipped out as quickly as they can as well.
So, well, and part of my question is the physical availability, whether they're free tags or purchase tags.
Mr. Chair, Brita and import office staff maintain a list of kind of who has tags and what the wait time is on them. If you can imagine, the tags that are most preferred out in the country typically have the longest lead time. I think that is Allflex at about 6 weeks. However, if a veterinarian needed RFID tags this week, there are companies that have them immediately available. They just tend to be the tags that people don't like as much.
Huh, funny how that works.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, Dr. Szymanski, maybe remind everybody, are we talking the same tags for bangs vaccination as we are for to take cows out of state? Because we're going to be shipping a lot of cows this fall with the drought.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, Mr. Moore, thank you for that question. We have, through additional tags that we receive and a small carve out, we put some non-orange tags out into the world. Those have primarily gone to livestock markets. They're not the only individuals, certainly, that tag animals for going out of state. Our rationale since we started distributing no-cost tags back in 2017 has always been, if we keep them going to bangs vaccination, because we're such a high bangs vaccination state, eventually when those cows mature and are going out of state, they will hopefully still be carrying official ID in their ear, and that should decrease the burden for putting tags in animals going out of state. The split, the split last year was about veterinarians in the country got about 70% of their brucellosis tag needs. The veterinarians at the markets get about 50% of their tag needs. So I'm hoping that that slight offset accounts for the fact that those veterinarians in the country also have to occasionally put tags in the ears of cows just for going out of state purposes. There are some numbers that we are missing to be able to like truly get an even distribution across the board.
That satisfactory, Eric?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Just to add to it on my front in conversations, I was able to get staff from Senator Sheehy's office to send a letter to USDA with regards to tags. They got back a letter from USDA that was kind of a non-answer, as Senate offices typically get back. But it did give us the opportunity through the Senate staff to get a message to USDA, mainly about when they're making these decisions about dispersal. again, just like we were talking about the decisions about what the allocations are, but then also the timing and dispersal to make sure they consider that, if you promise a certain number of tags, it does matter when they show
When
up.
they arrive.
There is a seasonality, there is a timing at which this is needed. And it's not a good enough answer to say, eventually by the end of the year, you'll get all the tags in your allocation. If they come after the need has already passed and people had to buy tags. So I don't know that we got an answer back from USDA that's satisfactory, but at least that was another place to insert that conversation with USDA about not just about being mindful when you do allocations, not to just use raw NAS numbers for your allocations, but to consider how cattle actually move in the country, but then also to consider the timing and need of how cattle move in the country. That if those tags don't arrive within that seasonality, to Eric's point about the fall, if they don't arrive within that seasonality, you force people to buy tags. And the no-cost tags, while we may be able to hold them over to the next year, it didn't do people any good that year if the opportunity had already been missed. But it sounds like they're going to come sooner than they originally had talked about.
That's what we're pushing for.
Yeah.
Well, I guess, Ty, just out here, people are mad enough still about the mandate for having to use the RFIDs in the first place and the old clip tags. So stay on them, because if we have a 7,000 cow sale at Miles City and Bart has to stop the sale at 10 o'clock because we can't ship any more cows out of state because there's no tags, it's going to be ugly.
I would agree. I hope that we can, I hope we're forward enough on our communication that won't happen. I would say, just if any market ever finds themselves in that circumstance, please call our office and we'll see if we can work to keep animals moving, even if they have to be quarantined at their destination.
Okay. Anything else on RFID? Is that anything else
That's
that
all I
you'd
know.
like to share
Sorry.
with us?
No, thank you.
Want to comment? Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
Dr. Shemansky, about on the swine side on those tags?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Kleinsasser, we still have no cost RFID tags for swine. So if there are producers that would like another allocation this year or have not yet received them, please reach out. We would absolutely love to ship them tags.
How many you have left?
30,000. I would say easily over 20,000.
Okay.
So what do they use for of your shipping, breeding gilts or something? Is that where they, or what are they?
Close to anything that's going to slaughter.
Oh, it goes if it goes to
over a certain age period, right?
Yeah.
So the little pigs that you're shipping now.
No. The cow sows though, they need one.
So, and boars, I assume.
There's no boars.
Oh, no, not anymore, huh? Boy, there's been a big change in the colonies on that. All right.
Excellent. Thank you, board.
Thank you. All right, with that,
yeah,
we are gonna break for lunch and we come back at 1 o'clock.
Yep.
Good. So it's your board stuff on the board wears out.
All right, we are
recording.
The recording is going.
All right.
Can't hear you.
Got quite a few people's mics still muted.
There we go. We're probably good now.
All right, can someone in the audience verify if you can hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Bill's still on.
All right.
Yeah, we're good.
All right.
Okay, we'll give it one more chance.
Okay.
So Chairman, members of the board, Alicia Love, Meat Milk and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. I think I'll start with our short item first. So I'm asking for permission to send 2 people to our ASMID meeting. This is an annual meeting that is associated with my meat program. These conferences are how we are able to have meetings with USDA on kind of upcoming changes and also talk with other state programs about things that are going on. Sometimes these are trends in meat and so forth. But this is a conference that we've routinely attended, and this is paid for out of my meat budget.
Okay, does that correspond with the Packers game?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
okay.
I'm more of a baseball girl myself.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the travel request.
Okay.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Alan, a second by Greg, to approve the test for travel with the ASMED. Do we have any, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the request for travel, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, since the next item, wasn't quite on my plan, I'm not sure who wants to take the driver's seat on it.
Yeah, I don't know. Is Dr. Szymanski coming down here?
She's right here.
Oh. I'm still seeing your name on here.
Yeah,
so-
and she's not over there too, so.
No, I think mainly our intent here was with some conversations with the board was, basically just to run through, as you know, since the last board meeting, I'll start out that we had, issues, with milk quality that were reported by consumers in the state. News media did lots of reports on it. There was lots of social media chatter about it. And so we just felt we should have an opportunity to sort of run back a little bit on that for whatever people might want to know. I guess I also don't want to overburden the board with more detail than they want to know. I mean, that's the other thing too, is that, and so I do know we sort of have a timeline of things of like when we got consumer reports and different things that we worked through to get to, where we are today. And then I think probably is just where we stand today. Like,
So I just wanna, I see Lily is on. Lily, I'm gonna give you, a chance to give us your insight into what your perception and your industry is looking at, but after Dr. Szymanski. So just so you're aware and can be gathering your thoughts.
You want me to lead?
yeah, if you want to. I mean,
Somebody has to.
somebody has to.
wants to.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to lead it. I just don't know what granular detail we want to go to.
I think we start high level and then if
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would say.
directly-
Let's go with an overview and.
Sure. So for this particular incident, there have been some historical violations. Nothing that I would call unexpected or out of the ordinary, but things that were noted historically. Starting about last spring, we saw a little bit of an uptick. We had frankly an industry complaint. There was someone who was employed by the industry that had some concerns. He reached out to us. We went out, did an inspection, thought we figured out what was going on. And then fast forward to June, we got an uptick in complaints. I want to make a note that for the complaints that we were getting in June, they weren't formal complaints that were being received by the department. What flagged it to us was actually from a county sanitarian who was in the Billings area. She was in a local group for a special interest, and that group began discussing concerns about the spoilage of their product. I'm not sure what that is.
Where that's coming from, but anyway.
So we were not getting feedback from consumers. but she was seeing chatter in this social media page. And so she reached out to us and said, hey, I'm not getting complaints, but I'm seeing this in this very local group. And so we went out to the facility again, identified another issue that we thought would appropriately address what consumers were reporting to us. Then we get into July, we start to see this issue of premature spoilage again. And at that point in time, we started doing a pretty deep dive as far as what could this be. We requested that industry take apart some equipment that we don't normally have them take apart because it's a pretty disruptive process. Identified some issues there. The plant replaced a lot of equipment. So we've been, since there's so many parts associated with milk production, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, whether it's making the equipment that the milk is going to be stored in, like the plastic jugs, or pasteurizing the milk, or storing the milk. So we've been trying to take a pretty methodical approach of, okay, this is happening, maybe we can try this. We had some meetings with the plant management team and asked if they were aware of things, asked if there was anything on their end that could help explain what was happening here. And so since that time, we have received, I'm aware of 3 complaints that have been received in August. 2 of the complaints didn't state what the product was or when the purchase dates were. It was more just concern about the ongoing issue, so they didn't provide a lot of specific detail. And then we received 1 later complaint, and my staff are planning to do another follow-up visit based on that, and that's kind of our process.
So the complaints were from consumers on premature spoilage. Is that what?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Those
Yes.
3 complaints that you're addressing or talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think I should point out that I don't think we've been able to mimic. I know we went out compliance wise and bought some product. I know that's one of the things that was done. Yeah, and I should point out that the conversation around this, once it obviously got to the level it got to, that it pretty much involved all of us, Tawny, myself, Alicia, Riley, because of the media component, and media were reaching out to him for comments on what people were seeing. As far as how that media kicked off, as it appears that our TV stations are monitoring social media chat, looking for news stories, and that's how they saw it, and probably similar to what Ms. Love was talking about, and decided it was something they needed to do a news story about. And then, of course, it's typical of Montana. Once one news station does the story, every other news station and every other media market's going to do the same story. Most of them are owned by the same people. So you see how that runs through. I think that gave it a little more legs as well, because sometimes you have a report and maybe it was local in this market, but then it's 3 days before it appears in another market. And so it kind of just keeps going, like a spot fire going down the interstate with a chain, right? It just, the sparks kind of keep flying off, and sometimes later or after other things have happened. But I know Ms. Simon, from a legal perspective, was advising Alicia and staff on what they could do, what they couldn't do, and was part of all those conversations as well. So there was a lot of us on this side that were engaged. I think it's probably fair to say that I don't know that, and I don't know that you ever will. I don't maybe know the milk processing business well enough to know if you'll ever put your finger on exactly what happened, but I know that we insisted upon, the plant taking care of any non-compliance issues that existed, which has been done. We know that the plant involved has undertaken what I'd call some engineering mechanical changes and operations, and implemented some new things and replaced some equipment just to make sure that might not be a problem. And I will say that once those things occurred, the consumer complaints did subside greatly, not completely, but greatly, except for these last few that are out there today. So that's kind of where I would say that's kind of where we stand on it right now. One of the things, there's two issues in this that kind of I want to address that kind of get conflated, which is, so we had told the board earlier this year that one of the things that had come from our recent FDA check rating was that they didn't have an issue that our employees were writing noncompliance, but they did not feel that the department's follow-up on those noncompliance when they're written up in an inspection was adequate. So sometimes they allow to be systemic over multiple inspections. Those of you familiar with the meat world and are very familiar with the meat world because of some issues that have come to this table know that it's very common there under those FSIS regulations that repeat noncompliance of any sort, whether it's labeling, sanitation, if those issues persist, that at a certain point it requires you to at a minimum say, okay, here's our intended enforcement action and here's the consequences if we don't see resolution of that. That is still going to be a little bit new to the milk industry. I think we've now had to pull it out at least twice, I think, since the FDA audit. So there were two things kind of happening in parallel. One is upon reinspection seeing violations for a second time that had not been addressed. And okay, so we got to go down this pathway to, like we would in our other regulatory programs of, okay, at this point, this has to be fixed. We'll come back and do a reinspection within a few days or within a week, and that has to be done. That's one side of it. And then the milk spoilage issue, I think, was another side of it, which, and all we could believe is that, you definitely want them to fix any noncompliances as they did, because when you're not sure what the contributing factor is, you might as well start trying to fix it all and hope that you resolve what the issue is. But from my perspective, I'd say that was multiple things kind of going on at the same time there. And that's where we are today. So that's the very 30,000 foot view without getting into very, very specific details. But as board members ask questions, I'm sure we can go into further details if that's warranted.
I got kind of a multi-pronged question, but it has to do with our authority and what authority do we have. This was not, as it turns out, thank goodness, a human health issue as of yet anyway. So it was a product reliability or product conception. The spoilage aspect is quality. So that's, to me, that's more of a plant issue. But the perception for our industry is what concerns me, plus human health. But like you say, it didn't turn out to be human health. So what protocol do we have in a situation like we had? Let's kind of go through it. And then what teeth do we have in our authority?
You can take the first at it, and if I am not clear, we can have backup.
Yeah. Okay. Or I can take a stab at it too. Can Alicia address whether or not it's a public health risk first?
Sure.
Is that where you're gonna start?
I can start that.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry.
So Mr. Chairman, we have no reason to believe that this was a human health issue. Out of an abundance of caution, I did reach out to the public health epidemiology office and say, are there any unusual upticks? Because, right, a lot of people drink milk. When I know is from epidemiology training that trying to dial in when there is a specific pathogen that is causing an outbreak, it can take time for that pathogen to be identified, and then identifying the source can take additional time. So I reached out to the epidemiologist office and said, hey, I know that July is like peak everything. It's peak E. coli, it's peak all the things because it's hot and people are out and about and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Have there been any trends that you would say is unusual for the time of year that we're in right now? And they said, no. And they said, is there anything specific I should be looking out for? And I said, well, this is kind of a really wide swath, but if you see a lot of people drinking dairy, and she just kind of laughed at me. She's like, Alicia, everyone consumes dairy. And I said, I know. So, but that was kind of where we left off at. So, and I said, if that changes, let me know. And I have not heard back from that office since that point in time. Now, as far as our authority goes, our process is that we go and do an inspection. If we identify non-compliances, then we are able to go back and do a re-inspection. We will re-inspect those items. If we see that those items are still not fixed, then I believe the process is, and Ms. Simon can correct me if I'm offline here, that we would send them a notice to have a hearing to begin essentially the closure process. Is that about in somewhat? Yeah, mine.
Lindsay getting
Yeah.
the legal details.
Join.
Welcome.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. So the process is set forth in the in the pasteurized milk ordinance, which we have adopted by regulation. So when we're talking about what our teeth are and what we have to do, we read the PMO in conjunction with our state statutes about the Administrative Procedures Act. And you might remember from a training I did, I think last year on these types of things, there's two situations where you're always looking at, there's two situations. If it's a public health risk, if there's a threat to the public harm, we can we can suspend their license before we give them an opportunity for a hearing, because in that type of situation, the public risk outweighs the risk of an incorrect suspension, I guess. If you don't feel like it's a public health risk, then you can't do you can't deprive them of their license before giving them an opportunity for a hearing. So we send out a notice saying, here are the repeat violations. You're entitled to a hearing or submit a corrective action showing us that it's been corrected. And we go from there. And it's an expedited
timeline. Do we have on that?
I'm going to get it wrong. My recollection is when you send out the notice, they have 48 hours to request a hearing or submit their corrective action. If they request a hearing, then you have to hold the hearing within 72 hours. So it's very expedited, like for the meat processing licenses that we've revoked before. We don't hold the hearings that quickly. You know, like their license isn't suspended while it's pending. They're able to operate, but they happen over a greater amount of time. But the PMO tells us do this on an expedited basis. I think because they are recognizing that
milk has continued to produce milk.
Yeah, there's producers out there that need to be able to send their milk to the plant, and also even if it's not a public health risk, it's still important, something that needs to get resolved quickly. But that puts a big burden on us to be able to be ready to go in that amount of time. So you do have to be careful with your actions, because if you can't make your case in 72 hours, then in my opinion, you shouldn't be issuing the notice.
William,
I had a question. So with all the pictures they showed on the social media, there were jugs that had rings around them, they turned different colors. So how were you able to determine it was not a food safety issue and not take immediate action on it? Were you able to tell it wasn't, or instead of, how would you?
I would defer to Ms. Love. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Feinsaucer. We did not determine it was a human health illness because we were not having anyone saying that they were getting sick. And even after people were discarding that milk, we were not getting follow-up communication saying, hey, remember me? I threw away this milk a couple of days. Now I'm not doing so hot. So we were not getting that type of communication from the public. And even the county, where a lot of these complaints were localized, they were not seeing an uptick in people saying they were getting sick. So I honestly think this is very much speculative. I can't prove this, but I think that bacteria was growing exponentially once the container was fully open, because you had that influx of oxygen coming into the container. That's happening, right? So you've got maybe a little bit of bacteria that's in there. They pour in some milk. Now there's more space, there's more air. Now that bacteria can flourish. And then by the time they see it again, it's gross. You don't want it anymore because the bacteria has established those colonies and you can see the growth. And I mean, let's face it, you're not going to drink that. You're going to look at it and say, nope, I don't want that.
And
and I should point out, it's not 100% of product affected. And when I said earlier that I'll give further credit, I said we couldn't mimic it. No one had samples to send to us, and I would imagine the processors in the same boat. No one had samples to send to us that we could test, that we could have our hands on, and we never were able to secure any from the marketplace that it would happen to us, and that we would have a sample and say, well, we maybe could do some sort of plating or lab testing and see what it is that's inside, or what maybe the cause of that is. And to Miss Simon's point, well, one of the things I say around here a lot is sometimes I'm like, if you can't give me a smoking gun, at least give me a warm gun. And without any sort of testing that says here is the organism that you're dealing with, and without reports of illness, you just don't meet that bar of having the ability to declare some sort of public health issue. And I don't think we would want to establish a standard of declaring it without evidence, or declaring it on some sort of speculation that, based on what we see in a picture, we think that might make someone sick. I think that would be the wrong standard for us to establish. And so that's why it would go down that route. It's still expedited, but it's not quite as fast as it would be if you did have some sort of outbreak that had been tied to the product. And we've not ever dealt with that in milk in Montana, but we have dealt with it in meat. So we have some experience with how to deal with a place where we actually have a connection between human illness and a product.
And Mr. Chairman and Mr. Honeycutt, I'll add a clarification about the sampling conversation as well, because I did talk to our milk lab about, maybe reaching out to a consumer with one of these gross looking cartons and saying, hey, will you hold on to that? Can we have it? There becomes a chain of custody issue, because there isn't verification that nothing else happened to the product. And so they said, yeah, we could test it. It's not going to hold up in any type of legal way, because we don't know what the consumer has done to the product beyond just opening the container, if they've done anything.
So I'm going to hold up everybody in the room here for a second, because I indicated to Lily that I would give her the opportunity, and I kind of skipped over just a little bit. But Lily, would you like to come on and give us your perspective and what you see on your side of it?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple thoughts. I feel like they're kind of being addressed as we're working through this, but when the results first came out, my gut reaction was we just passed this FDA check rating. How could the plant be this bad that we're having to talk about taking away their license? Where my initial thought was who dropped the ball in this plant that somehow we've gotten to the point of having a discussion about taking their license, which leads me to a few other questions that I had for Alicia, maybe later on, because I don't know, they're kind of tied in, but the scoring situation with the NA scores at the top of inspection sheets, and then just follow-ups on inspections, because in this whole plant thing, which I don't know if we want to get this nitty-gritty, but there was complaints that inspection sheets weren't being left. So how are we historically saying that this was a problem if it wasn't documented? Do we truly have an inspection sheet from every time an inspector was at that plant? Which I know is probably super nitty-gritty, and I don't know if we want to get into that. And then my other thought was, I was really frustrated with the news media, which obviously is not necessarily the department's problem, but it felt like a lot of the quotes coming from the department were very much I understand that we have a duty to the public, but also at the same time, don't we have a duty to industry? And I appreciated that all the articles were this contamination is not coming from dairy farmers, but it really felt like it was throwing the plant under the bus. And I was just okay, we're all we need this plant. It is a huge pickle if we don't have that plant, and all of us that ship milk to that plant, that's a critical place. Like we talked about earlier, can't just start bottling milk on farm and getting rid of it. My milk has to go to Billings. So I was a little frustrated in that aspect, which of course, I mean, the media is going to do what the media is going to do, but it did feel like the processors are part of industry. So it just felt like, yeah, great support for dairy farmers, but not so much for the processor. And that's kind of my thoughts.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm going to attempt to tackle a few of these items and then we can kind of see where we go from there. Regarding the NA score on one of the inspections, that was some miscommunication with staff, and I can explain that a little bit better. So at the last NCIMS conference, there has been discussion on FDA's part about going away from the scoring system. They're not saying we have to stop scoring. They're not saying that we have to keep scoring. It's a conversation that is happening right now nationwide. So it is a conversation that I have started to have with my staff about, do we want to continue on the scoring system? Do we want to get away from the scoring system? And there's pros and cons of both. I'm going to take some responsibility for that because it was a conversation and I probably should have explained to my newer staff that that is something that is just a conversation at this point and no policy change on how we fill out inspection forms has gone through at this time. I'll take ownership on that piece of it. Regarding the last check rating to now, the only thing that I can really say to that is that plant conditions change. And I tell my staff this often, you know, I'll see this a lot with my meat plants. Okay, we just had an audit and my plant passed with flying colors, so I'm going to coast for a little while. I can take it easy because I have a great plant. Well, all it takes is one bad event for a really great plant to be a really not great plant. All of these things are in motion. There's very little in manufacturing that stays the exact same every single day for days and weeks and months and years. It's going to change. Some of the issues that were identified through this process were machine issues that we do not see on a routine basis. There are pieces of equipment that we do not routinely look at because it would essentially shut the plant down. So if we walked in and said, hey, I want to look at this right now, that plant is not pasteurizing milk that day. It's going to take 5 or 6 hours to look at what they were looking at. So we definitely had some conversations internally about trying to have a better working relationship with plants. You know, if they're taking apart those machines for maintenance or if they're replacing those things, we can't demand that we are there. But if we could get to a good collaborative point where we can say, hey, if you have maintenance like this where there's parts of the equipment that we could see that we don't normally see, it'd be nice if we could know. It'd be nice if we could be out there and see that. So that's, I think, the only part that I can see on that part. I'm not sure how to address the conversation about our media contribution.
I think there was one inspection where a sheet wasn't generated.
I guess Ms. Anderson, I'm not sure which inspection.
Well, I think what was referring to is when we asked to be there for a piece of equipment to see it as it was dismantled. I don't know we were just trying to look for and see what we could see of any evidence. And I know there was some pictures taken of that inspectors had to do some homework on. I think to call that an inspection and that paperwork is really, I think is a little bit of a stretch. We were still in the middle of an ongoing investigation. I don't think our inspector quite, knew what to do with what they saw. They wanted to get photographic evidence of that and have time to go back and look at their books and their manuals and make a determination on that. So it would have been a very inclusive report, or excuse me, not inclusive. What am I trying to, the word I'm looking for? Inconclusive report or incomplete, because the only report we could have left is, okay, we're going to take this back home. And then tomorrow, if we did, we'll let you know if we think there's anything here that we need to be concerned about, which we did express that back to the plant, that we did believe that what we saw once that piece of equipment was dismantled was something that was of concern. However, I can report that all of those parts have been completely replaced to my knowledge, and so they should not be a continuing or existing issue.
And that was not the subject of the notice that was sent out.
No, not the subject of the notice. And I think I'd go back to anytime we have, whether it's an FSIS audit or we have the FDA check rating, non-compliances are always noted, just like during the recent audit, because I think it's reasonable to expect, maybe the public wouldn't find it reasonable to expect, but any of us with knowledge of these types of operations or even food service operations knows that you can probably find non-compliance on any given day, right, of some sort, of some level. The real question we're dealing with moving forward is how do we deal with repeated non-compliance of the same issues? So there could have been non-compliance on the day of the check rating. That wouldn't have been an issue. Probably be expected that there would be. But what the issue would be is if you do an inspection and then you go back and do a re-inspection and you see the same things that have not been corrected. One of the things I wanted while I've got the floor is to say to what Ms. Simon mentioned earlier in the notice of what happens is they have the ability to request a hearing, or they have the ability to give acceptable corrective action to avoid any other action. In this case, that's what we received. Within 24 hours, we received acceptable corrective action, which pulled back any further enforcement that we would need to do. So we didn't have to trigger anything else because the processor did put forward an acceptable corrective action in a very, very, very quick time frame.
Okay, thank you. I guess that leads me to my other question, kind of, and I feel like Lindsay maybe answered this, but I'm assuming the notice that was sent out that was going to take the license, however we officially say what that document was, and that had nothing to do with the piece of equipment that we were like unfamiliar with and we had to like take pictures and research. I guess I'm like, I feel like if we're gonna write a notice to like take somebody's license that is like critical infrastructure for dairy in Montana, we better know what we're talking about. And like, are we set up that if we had to do that, would we have brought in a third party to like help learn about the equipment versus just being like, this looks, I took pictures, I did research, it looks wrong. Like, what did that look like? Or what would that look like in the future? Because that just makes me nervous for like from a department standpoint and just like industry that relies so critically on that plant.
That's a very good question. I'll take that. So from the standpoint of the pasteurization equipment, I think in my earlier statement, I admitted that we had to go back and do some homework on that because that's not something we deal with all the time. Part of that homework was actually consulting a third party. And I believe we did receive validation from the third party that what they saw would have been a problematic finding. And we actually talked about in the process, like, did we need to find FDA check rater, for example, because that's who would typically do that type of inspection. Did we need to get an FDA check rater to go in? But what we were able to do is take some of the evidence that we collected, and I'm looking for somebody to wave me off, but to take that evidence that we collected and share that with someone qualified to make that determination, and had assurances from them that the issues that was seen with that piece of equipment, whether it's related to this particular spoilage issue or not, that would have still been something that would have been concerning. But that was mitigated by the fact that within 48 hours, those pieces of equipment were completely replaced by the processor. And that's how quick it was happening. Within 48 hours, that was replaced.
And this is Ms. Simon, Mr. Chair, or Ms. Anderson, members of the board. I mean, you are right that like I can't tell you what we'll do in the future because every situation is going to be different. But first of all, the PMO tells us that we have to take action to suspend the license on repeated violations. Like, that is what we are told we have to do. So that is why we decided to do that, because we're placed in a situation of we have a check rating saying we need to follow up on non-compliance. But of course, we don't want to shut down a plant either.
But I think personally, the PMO contemplates, okay, you've got this little hammer that you can use, but the soft resolution is just send us corrective action and this will go away, which is exactly what happened here. I personally believe that this incident is a great example of how the system is supposed to work without there being an interruption in operations. But in a future situation where we don't get corrective action and we go to a hearing, if it involves something that requires expert testimony, like this is a mini trial where we would have to engage a hearing examiner to sit and take testimony, and we would have the burden of proof to establish a violation that warrants suspension. So yes, there will be situations where we'll have to go outside and get third party expert opinions before we do that. But I would just again like to note in this situation, we elected not to take formal disciplinary action based on this issue.
Yeah. But I think to your greater point, I think, Ms. Anderson, that I don't want to get lost on is that we do need to separate that the action we were taking was not related to that piece of equipment. I think we would have been the first to admit that our expertise to pull the trigger on that without consulting someone outside the department would have not been something we would have done.
Okay.
Yeah, and
also, agreed. If it was but it was only, that was the first time that was a finding. And to take action, it needs to be a repeat violation.
I would have to open the PMO to have it in front of me. I do think there are some critical pieces of infrastructure that the PMO authorizes action on a first violation. I could be wrong, but my recollection from looking at that is there's public health action, you can take it. No, actually, hold on. Let me separate that. We're talking about two separate things. The public health threat means you can suspend their license before you give them a hearing. You suspend first, you do the hearing second. But even in a situation where it's not a public health threat, if the violation is of a critical component of the pasteurization process, the first violation is sufficient for you to take notice, even if to take action and start the process, even if you're not going to suspend before the hearing. Does that make sense? My recollection is that this may have been a situation where we could have taken action on a first violation if we felt that it was a violation of the PMO.
And if we felt we had the evidence and the background to be able to prove it ourselves without getting some help.
From my perspective, whether it's a violation is the same of whether we can prove it.
Yes,
like if I don't feel I can prove it's a violation,
it's not a violation.
I'm not going to call it a violation.
Yeah. The other thing, the one thing we left unhandled a little bit, and I don't know if Riley wants to, come up to the table and speak. Maybe he wants to be able to get through this whole first board member meeting without speaking. But the other side to this is once this issue hit the news media, once it began to explode on Facebook, and I want to say we're not just responding to media. There were calls from legislators. I personally received calls from school superintendents asking for lists of other people they can buy milk from. There was an intense interest in this. And there was a strong rhetoric, even to the point of people providing plant codes from out of state so that people could know how to buy out of state milk. And with all due respect, if it seems like we were a little heavy handed with the processor, our intent and first intent was to try and one, show that the department was trying to work to solve this issue, that we were not, taking a very laissez-faire approach, that we were not concerned about it, that we weren't dealing with it. And again, I will say our first obligation in our mind was to go to the route of separating this from producer to other sectors of the industry, because we certainly wanted to make sure that it wasn't that you needed to start buying code 49 milk because of what was happening, that was not the answer, right, to the situation. The other thing that I think is kind of in the background here is the things that we didn't have control over, which is some of that information is because we were actually receiving FOIA public information requests for data that we are bound to share and have no reason to deny. And especially when it's a story like this, we talked about it a little bit earlier today, the public felt their interest was well greater than anyone's right to privacy when it came to information that could be shared about what we were doing. So they were asking, daily. Mr. Meredith was receiving communication on, did you go to the plant today? What did you see? How do I make a FOIA request for those records? The processor hearing question, one of the things that's out there that we all need to be aware of is, I don't know where it is in the process because it takes much longer to compile. That's not something somebody's going to get in one day, but I do know that media wanted to be in possession of the last 1 to 2 years of inspection records for this processor and wanted to have the ability to examine and go through those. So some of that information was shared because it obviously was our responsibility and duty and requirement under state law to share it. And yes, I will say if we sided towards protecting the producer, it was because the rhetoric was so strongly towards all of Montana milk and not what was happening with 1 or 2 products that was a part of our dairy sector at the time. It was really the media rhetoric was aimed at the entire industry and the producers of Montana milk, and we needed to separate those things out. Riley,
come on up so that
join the prayer.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Anderson, members of the board, the other thing that I'd like to say, and this is more.
Introduce yourself for the.
Riley Meredith, I'm the Public Relations Officer for Department of Livestock. The other thing that I would just like to point out is that, not necessarily, in my experience as a public relations professional, I think there are things that should have happened, steps that could have been taken that would have significantly lessened perhaps the damage done to the industry. And those things could have been, when you were talking about the teeth that we have as the Department of Livestock, we aren't able to issue, force them into a recall. That is something that they have to do voluntarily. That's an action that could have been taken. I understand the disruption that may have caused, but from a public, perception, that probably would have been a very good, step to perhaps have taken in saying, we're going to address this issue. I also don't think, there was a lot of information coming out from the plant or from others, higher up the chain about what was going on or really what they were doing to address the problem, or that they, were maybe taking it as seriously and taking action as quickly as they needed to. I just think that there were things that could have been done on the other side that, would have lessened the blow, so to speak. And, we have to follow the law. We have to enforce things based on the PMO and the state statutes, and that's what we're doing. And I think it may have come across more harshly because there was no information really coming out from the other side and didn't seem to be any action being taken other than we're taking action, which, the public isn't going to really accept just that sort of broad statement. So I just wanted to express that I think
I appreciate that. And I just think about relationships, the inspectors have a relationship with whoever they're inspecting, and good, bad, or otherwise, but building a relationship with that plant so that there's someone there that, you're able to communicate with that, hey, it would really be helpful if you guys would maybe address this rather than having us have to come down with a heavy hand. There's other ways that could soften, like you said. I believe, I thought the same thing. I just thought being 300 miles away from it and on the tractor or the combine most of the time, just catching snippets of the information. Most of the snippets of information that I was picking up made me, if I'd have been in the dairy industry in Montana, I would have been very upset, because that's the producer, that's the people that my job is to look out for, is the producers of Montana, and they got hurt. I mean, there is a perception out there that's going to last for a while that Montana milk produced in Billings, Montana is gonna spoil. And whether it's a health risk or not, the perception pretty soon becomes reality. And, you know, Mike talked about going around, and of course our social media is out there so quick and so saturated that, well, how do you buy milk that's not produced in Billings? Where is it available? And then of course raw milk, and you know that discussion has come up here. You know, oh my gosh, we're going to solve this health problem by having everybody consume raw milk. You know, that really blows my mind. But I think relationships, and hopefully, apparently we finally developed, you know, how it happened, but having them finally say, yes, we're going to correct this problem, and we still don't know that was the problem. We corrected a problem that was in the plant. So there is some good news that you can say, well, we did this and that should fix it. And I guess you can say it, fix it until you're proved wrong. You know, that's the media. But.
Well, I'll just say from the media standpoint, we were in reaction mode for most of the time. We were on our heels. I'll admit that from the first day, because it did sort of hit the media, and Riley started getting requests before we really started getting a lot of consumer complaints. And then once public health in Yellowstone County informed the media there that it was Department of Livestock who had responsibility, then we were immediately sort of besieged with, okay, what is this? What are you doing about it? So it did not give us a lot of opportunity to figure out how we were going to proactively address it, how we were going to go after it. And from that day forward, it was basically a daily barrage of, what did you do today? What did you find today? When is this going to stop? What are you going to do about it? Then we had questions like, why are you letting them continue to operate? Why haven't you forced them to recall? I mean, and so it was I will say we were in a very reactive mode. Probably what didn't appear in the media was the conversations we had where we said, well, that's not within our power to force a recall, or we have an administrative process that if we wanted to shut these operations down, there's an administrative process, and the individual we're doing that to has due process rights to defend themselves. That's not something, we don't have that authority to walk in and draw red tape across the door. And quite honestly, I actually had a conversation with a couple of legislators where I said, do you really want me to have that authority? Because I gave that example to a couple of the legislative calls that I had about the perception that the Department of Livestock was not doing enough. And I'll still say the public perception is the Department of Livestock did not do enough in this situation. That's what exists in the media. That's what exists in the public. And with some of the legislators that I talked to, I said, we have the Montana Administrative Procedures Act. We have contested case hearing policies and procedures. If we are going to take some sort of action against an entity, we have to have proof, and they have due process rights and a right to defend themselves. Isn't that what you want, or do you really want the government to be able to say, we may not have the warm gun, but we're going to take this action anyway, and there's nothing that a business can do about it? So we were also trying to explain those things of why things they thought the state should be doing were not actions we were taking. But I don't know that I ever saw the report on, well, here's why the Department of Livestock hasn't done what some people are asking them to do. We didn't get that news story. But
that one won't make front page for sure. William.
So, Mike, you said that the public perception was that the department didn't do enough. Well, we kind of discussed this earlier. It wasn't a food safety issue. Nobody got sick. So you give them the option to do a corrective action. If people would have gotten sick and died, God forbid, the actions would have been different and the consequences. I mean,
well, and we do have to recognize that, and I think the biggest thing that I'll say drove me through it was, and if there's any public rhetoric that actually landed with me during this situation, is is the economic harm, right? That you have families who are dependent upon this commodity, and and if they buy it and it spoils and they have to go to the store and they have to buy more, that's not something that many of our families can continue to do every day. I know I have to consider the industry, but I do have to consider the citizens of Montana and the fact that, and so we wanted to get to the bottom of it. We wanted to get a correction because we wanted to support the commodity, we wanted to support the industry, and we also want to make sure that Montana families were not throwing away their hard-earned money either.
Great.
I got a list here, and I'm gonna apologize to everybody for not reaching out ahead of time and visiting about these things. It just kind of like, Gene, we got things going on, and I think I should do it, and it was after hours, and so once again, I apologize for not reaching out ahead of time. How often were we inspecting that plant?
See here. So Mr. Chairman, Mr. Richmond, we were in this plant more often due to just the number of complaints that we were getting, and obviously as re-inspections had to happen. So I can get a count here for you.
I guess on a baseline.
On normal baseline, we would be there quarterly.
Okay. And is it the same inspector every time, or do you rotate?
I would say normally it would be the same inspector with new staff coming in and then one of our staff departing. It's been a rotation of a couple of inspectors that have been in there recently.
Good. What percent of the product that they were putting out did they feel was spoiling? Did we ever get any kind of idea?
I wouldn't even.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I thought. It was very small, it appeared to me, but maybe I'm wrong. You said the parts you had no experience with. Do you ever look at those, or is that just up to the plant when they feel they get wore out, they replace them?
Mr. Chairman, I want to tread a little bit carefully on this question. My staff had confidence in what they were seeing, and they had confidence in what was going on there. They received information from the plant that disagreed with them and disagreed with their interpretation of what was being found. And that is why we reached out to FDA for more information. We talked to them and said, hey, these are the pictures. This is what I'm being told. And I'm just going to say this, FDA was very upset that we were told that that was normal wear and tear. FDA did not agree with that statement. So I don't want to go too far into this. I want to be careful, but
and I understand.
I think I can help though and just say it's not normal process for an inspector to be there and watch it be disassembled.
Yeah, and
and see the inner workings of it.
I'm coming from my side as a mechanic, because there are parts on a baler that I don't inspect. Yeah, they can break, but it's so rare that it's not something when somebody brings a baler to me, I inspect every time. So that's just what I'm trying to understand. I mean, it's just.
It was communicated that there is kind of a expected lifespan of these parts, and I think we were short of that expected lifespan.
Yeah, they were within their what should be normal lifespan.
Yeah. Okay. Is it safe to say we probably never will know exactly what caused this?
Correct.
I think that's very safe to say.
I think that's safe to say. I felt like we, like I said, we would find an issue that made logical sense as to why this might be happening. That issue would get fixed. We're like, okay, I think we're good. And then another thing would happen and we'd say, okay, well, what else could it be? So it's an intricate process. I don't think we're ever going to dial it in. I think the capping machine being replaced helped because now milk wasn't leaking. There wasn't opportunity for things to get introduced into it during transport. I think all the changes that were made should make it better. But as far as saying, nope, once you do this one thing, we'll have it. I know it was pretty frustrating.
Another thing that's not been reported, but I think I need to say for the sake of the processor, and I'll just see if I get a head nod when I say this, that, whether we know exactly what caused it or not, I can attest that this processor has probably spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in pursuit of trying to make sure this never happens again. So I would definitely say it's not something that they've taken lightly. They've invested greatly in their facility to try and close off any possibility.
Yeah. And this is more of a knowledge. How are the jugs made or procured, or how is that?
I think I'm gonna defer to Joe Greenall. I believe Joe's out there. I can speak to it, but he's the boots on the ground here.
Okay, I just, curiosity.
Hello. Joe Greenall. Yeah, I can talk to that. They're made on site. It's a blow mold facility known as a single service facility. They have their own. I cut out there.
Yeah, you froze up on us, Joe.
I apologize. Let's see.
No.
Or internet service somewhere.
Yeah, most likely it's probably us.
Here, I'll turn off my video. Maybe that'll help because you're all coming through clear. It's just my end. So is that a little better?
Yes.
Okay, so they have a single service facility on site, which is a blow mold. So they blow all of their gallons there, and actually process them, and they can send them over directly on a line, a covered line, into the plant, or they can actually bag them and store them and ship them out to other plants or hold on to them for later use.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, and that's kind of, it's one of those things that just happens, and you just got to do like we did, work our way through it and try and check things off. Like when you're working on something, you just check off till you get down to the end and away we go. Hopefully we've got it under control and the public has confidence again and move forward.
Well, that's what a SWOT, we call it SWOT, strengths, weaknesses, what did we do right, what did we do wrong, and that's all a learning experience. So would you like to comment at all?
So Rob Adamson.
Maybe you could come up so I'll make sure that you're.
So Rob Adamson, DFA. I'd like to thank everyone for all of their help through this. I would like to apologize to the farmers that we take their milk. We take it serious. We want to and will provide a good product for Montana and for Montana farmers. That is our goal. That is our plan. And that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Alan.
So the only thing I usually go to the grocery store for is milk. So I was cruising through there, and I'm walking in the door, and here's a guy walking in with one of those jugs like that. And so I said, "Can I look at that?" And first of all, he goes, "What?" I told him what it was, why I was interested in it, but it was over 2 weeks old. He said it's out of date, but it had the line on it, and it was within the time span that happened. And so then I'm going back to the milk thing, and the guy was stocking it. And I said, "How many of these have you seen?" He said, 2. This is at County Market, Livingston. And I said, "Well, what's your concern?" "That I'm not going to have any milk tomorrow." And that was because I think that's when they were changing the machinery. And he was worried about having enough. He said, "What am I going to do for enough milk? Because what I have in the store will last today." And he said, "Because I didn't get a shipment this morning." So that was the biggest concern. And not one consumer, I stood there for a while, and most of them do like I do. I just walk through and I might look at the date, but generally not. I just grab it and go. And that's mostly what the people were doing. So I didn't think we were really, in some respect, a lot of consumers maybe not even paid attention. There's some in the village area where, to me, that was where the main thrust of things were happening. But I just thought I also asked a lady one day who was grabbing an ultra pasteurized. I said, "Why do you buy that?" I got my big hat on. She goes, "Well, what would you recommend?" And I said, "Something fresh."
And
The individual with the jug was bringing a partially empty one back in?
back to the store. And that was, I think, what he's trying to get a refund.
Why didn't you grab that and bring it and take it?
Well, it's like,
Well, you don't know what's been there.
Yeah,
you know, but he did.
You got more than you have allowed.
But it could have been, you know, he could have had it in the refrigerator and been gone for 2 weeks. Who knows?
Or didn't get it in the refrigerator for a day.
Right.
That's out on the
So it's
table.
like, those are the kind of things I guess I'm getting to be an old geezer. I just ask things. I just walk up to people and say stuff like that. And I mean, people look at you kind of funny once in a while, but other people really want to know.
I think this is another one of those situations where, like, if you have a bad experience, if someone has a bad experience at a restaurant, they tell everybody about it, but they didn't tell everybody about the 15 times they had a good experience there, right? So, I mean, these things tend to sort of build upon themselves, and once it becomes, out there in the public, then every person imaginable who might have had that problem will chime up. But if you looked at the entirety, maybe it isn't nearly as large as it appears to be.
And I always thought, because I drink a lot of milk. So we'll go through 4 gallons a week, just me and my wife. So I always look for that when it's half price, because it's just about out of date. So, because it doesn't sit for 2 days, and I just drink a lot of milk. So I thought eventually I would probably get one of those that's going bad, but never did. I mean, well, I always look for that plant number, because I know it's local people from our area that are supplying it. But I think as an industry and as a organization, we handled it the way we needed to, just checking off boxes until we figured out, and the plant did what they needed to do, investing money and updating their facilities to get ahead of this. And learning experience.
Well, and I'm always saying there's lots of room for improvement, as there always is with any of these situations, and clear communications and a number of things that I think, now that we've been through it, we can look back at it and say, if we ever had to go through it again, how would we do things differently? But I guess the hope from this side of the table is that we never have to go through it again. And so then we don't have to really ever use what we learned. That would be my hope. But I do think, we all, I think, have room for improvement. I don't want to leave the table saying that from the department side that there's not multiple areas probably where we could find areas to improve upon. I think you'd be silly to say that.
Something good that did come out of it is we did set up a way for people to submit complaints to my bureau specifically, and we're going to work with IT to clean up my portion of the website a little bit. I think we got good communication from local health, and we were getting some complaints from public health, but I think having a streamlined way for the public to let us know when they're seeing stuff is always good. I think this is helpful. If I'm out of line, I apologize for wasting a few moments of your time, but when we started having issues more on the meat side a few years ago, we set up kind of a protocol for how complaints should be handled. What do we communicate? How soon do we go? What do we do with that afterwards? And we've integrated that over into the milk side. And I think that's helped a lot, where it's like when we see a complaint, our first response is, okay, let's go to the plant. Let's go see what's going on, whether it's meat, milk, or eggs. Let's go see and say, hey, we've got something going on. And I think that process helped us at least attempt to start dialogue with the plant early on to say, hey, we're seeing this. Are you seeing anything? Is there anything in your world that you can think of? So I think that was, I don't know, you're supposed to look at the good and the bad and all that. And I'd say the good of it is at least we had some structure in place to communicate. And the better is now we have an improved way for the public to reach out to us, and we can see that.
And this is Miss Simon. I'll just state too that this is not the first time where I have issued a notice of intended action under the PMO. And every time, and when it's the milk industry, they take care of it and they resolve it, and we don't have to go to a hearing, which I find encouraging as well.
Yeah, and one of the things I say, I was actually listening to the radio driving home yesterday, and I think we do live in a world where we have to realize that for whatever reason, food safety, foodborne illness is really a very topical thing. That the actual story was about that we have not seen an increase in foodborne illnesses if you take out the cyclospora issues of this summer that happened with lettuce. That kind of skews the numbers, but there's not been, it's been about a normal year from the standpoint of foodborne illness. But the number of product recalls and those types of actions have increased significantly. And part of that is, and we deal with the FDA on the pasteurized milk ordinance, we deal with FSIS on the USDA side. Science is always improving, it's getting better, the ability to test things are getting better. And so you're seeing a lot more of that being incorporated in the programs. There are a lot of things that we're surveilling and testing for now. 10 years ago, we didn't even have the ability to test for it. And so, I do think that there is a bit of a learning curve for both regulator and industry of the fact that there is more emphasis on it. There are more tools. There are more requirements. If there's one area where we're getting more regulation, this is an area where we're getting more regulation. And so the better we can work together, the better we can resolve issues quickly, the better we can share information with each other. I know it's really tough, and I'm talking about generalities now, not necessarily to this situation, but to your point about relationships, Mr. Curry, the more our regulated parties can share information with us, we're not there to hurt them. We're there to get to the bottom of it. Now we got to take the actions that the law requires us to take, but we all have an interest in resolving it. And I do think these situations go much better when you have a cooperative party who is willing to share information with you. Because again, as we've seen through this one, if it leaks out into the public, even if it's just a small percentage, social media, other things have the ability to magnify these things well beyond.
Every jug of milk
sold. Yeah, well beyond what you would reasonably expect. It's not the news cycle that we experienced 20 years ago. It's not going to be on the news at 5:30 one time and go away. And so we now know that that's the world we're living in. And so the more proactive we can be when these situations occur, I do believe it will lead to better outcomes. But I should point out that I think that it is, and I know Mr. Fettis he's online, he's not sitting here with us, but he's in the meat industry and, and is part of our meat inspection program. And certainly he knows from his own experience that the desire for staying on top of this and the interest in this is greater than it's ever been. And like I said, part of it's just because people have more access to information, we have better science, we have more surveillance. And then of course you get a few big things like the cyclospora and some other things that happen nationally, and it really gets people uber focused on what's going on with their food really quickly. And the better that we all understand that and recognize that things are going to happen, actions are going to need to be taken, and let's all get through that together versus what we deal with sometimes. And I don't want to say that's about this situation, but in general, resistance is usually not going to go well because the public is more demanding on this topic than they've ever been.
Lily, do you have any other comments that you'd like to make?
I did see a baby earlier. I saw.
Yes. At the varmint litter.
Yeah, he's taking a little snooze on me. No, I think I made my comments. I think we've covered it, and yeah.
Well, and we all get to see
Little Clyde.
And I'll bet his big sisters are willing to help you take care of him, huh?
They are. They've been good helpers. Yeah.
Yeah.
We want to hear him cry, Lily.
He's a very chill baby. We don't cry very much, which is nice.
Good. All right. Is there other comments on this subject? Or okay, is there anything else that needs to come? I think that's the end of the agenda.
Public comment?
Yeah, public comment. So do we,
Online, I see Callie's out there online. She's the only member of the public other than Rob who's sitting here with us in the room, so they.
yeah, you can comment again if you'd like, Rob, on something else.
I don't think you wanted to comment.
Well, we wanted to make sure everybody knew he was here. So, Callie, do you have anything that you'd like to share?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, just wanted to say thank you for all the conversation and the back and forth. And also just wanted to tell Lily, next time I am up your way, I definitely want to stop and hold that baby.
I think that's a woman thing, mother's thing or whatever. So, and then, so that's the only.
Yes, that's it. That's in the public.
All right, so our next agenda item is setting date. Next meeting.
You heard me say a couple things that are on our horizon for the next time we meet. Setting up per capita fees, setting of lab fees. We generally do that during the fall, during a fall meeting. Obviously, it's fall, so I know I'll let you guys kind of bounce around dates and I'll argue with each other about when you're shipping cows and when you're not shipping cows and when you're doing fall vet work and so on and so forth.
I think shipping cattle this year gives you a legitimate reason to miss the lead.
Or vaccinated, so we can ship them.
You know, I think it depends on whether you're a cattle rep or a sheep rep or a hog rep, whether or not you can.
Yeah, cause we're moving meat so you can breed your hogs.
I'll say
September.
Yeah, September, the week of September 28th is probably out because we just approved for me to be in Calgary during that week, but.
24th, the week before sometime.
Yeah, if you want to get together that quickly.
Make sure.
Well, I don't know, it doesn't matter to me, except that all I know is October 15th, I'm gonna be a little busy.
Yeah.
What about, Gene, it's Eric, what about the first week in October? Kind of split the difference, and then would that get us through until November? Because
Yeah.
I think for most of us, late October is worse than early October.
Yeah.
For sure.
That would work from a department perspective on the timelines we've got to do.
So if we do it October 1st, I can do a 3-day meeting in a row again.
Well, I'll still be on my way back from Calgary on the 1st.
On the 1st.
Should be back in the state on the
drive
2nd.
home and back.
7th or 8th or.
7th is good.
7th and 8th, 6th and 7th, I have meetings already scheduled.
Why don't you retire? From some of that.
My wife says I'm semi-retired.
Not for that stuff.
I get in the semi when I don't have enough other stuff to do. And I'm in the semi a lot.
I met you on the road here a while back too.
Pardon?
I met you on the road about a month ago with a load of cattle. That was you driving, so.
Yeah. And you'll see me probably get there pretty quick. I just, you get into October and it gets into my busy time. I think I just got a.
6th or 7th?
Let me look back. I think I've already got cattle hauling in October. Let's see. So where I want to be here.
Sorry, Eric, you were trying to jump in. I was just trying to keep the conversation moving.
Yeah. I would just ask if any day that week works for anybody.
Livestock Lawsmore meets on the 6th. Well, then that's a good day for it because then I don't have to go to Livestock Lawsmore.
I have cattle to haul on the 6th.
7th.
We can find a room.
7th was, I think I have to be in both on the 7th. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, that cattle haul is already a problem. October. Yeah, I have FSA meeting the 6th and 7th. I have to be in both, but so.
Well, the 8th?
8th would work.
Then you just be gone for
8th
3
works
days.
for me.
What was that, Lily?
She said the 8th
The 8th works for me.
And I saw a head nod from Eric.
I'll probably be out that afternoon, so, but any legal issues can be on the morning agenda, I assume.
according to my calendar, you hadn't asked for it off yet, so.
Just scheduled a hearing.
Oh, you'll be working there.
National Park Bison Management.
Well, then you'll need to be
For that
there.
afternoon.
You'll need to be there. I won't keep you from going there.
Today.
Okay, so October 8th,
Works for me.
all right. So that,
There
is
we go.
there any other items that need to come before this board? If not, hearing none, meeting
Thanks, everybody.